Okay, I think we're live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Confessions of Wasteland Pony rap party,
Woo!
where everyone is late.
Vermont was on time.
The idea is that this will at least I'll stick around for 4 hours, and so whenever people can drop in, we can do the characters one by one and just talk about what people thought of the ending, what they thought of how their characters' stories resolved. I did put in the title too for those of you just tuning in. It is spoilers, full spoilers. So if you haven't seen the finale, it's gonna get ruined for you. So,
yeah, big time. We're going to talk about all the stuff. We're going to talk about how Chris's story continues. Not Chris's story, Chrysanthemum's story comes to a smashing conclusion.
And on top of James, we have Chris here.
Yee. Because personally, I think that Chrysanthemum had the best ending.
He did. Him and Freezy it was really hard actually to give them something else to do. They become like the ferryman of the River Styx, but otherwise it's their stories already kind of had the happy ending, so it's mainly just they're like the one great thing was during the Fort Dead Tree part. I'm like, okay, this whole place is gonna be flooded with the yellow stuff, so they're the only ones that can go down. And so we had some fun there with Freezy with her minigun, and I thought Chris would just be the much more subdued, okay, that shotgun is fine. Don't need a minigun.
I was thinking about the primary reason that Chrysanthemum has. See, I can't call him Chris anymore because then people are gonna get confused between him and Chris, our voice actress.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing that actually confused me in the middle of the stream. I just heard Skyball going, yeah, and Chris said, and I was just like, wait, when did I join?
So we've got Chrysanthemum gets to spend the rest of his life with the blue waifu with the glowing eyes. So clearly he wins Confessions of a Wasteland Pony.
He really does. No, and it was funny too because that's another one of those unwritten things that we could finally talk about in this finale is all of my end behind the scenes for the stories too, where it's some of those little teases in the battle where it's oh, I hope we get a chance to fly the big balloon and stuff. It's yes, all those things that happen between the actual end of the battle and then the actual telling of the story, because that's another thing everyone can realize right from the start is that the neat thing about the finale is because of the twist at the very end about the unreliable narration, there's a lot of stuff that takes a much different perspective as you go. Like one thing I didn't cover well enough at the very end was even the bit with the Terminal Secrets related bit with the Plum Island and the robot. A lot of that is all misdirection because the whole point of the finale was for DJ Pony to close the loop on EAST Corp stuff. He didn't want people to go searching or go hunting for anything. So it's where do you hide a robot with this big repository of vault data? You hide it in the highly irradiated and well-guarded Ghoul settlement. So that's really, it was all just a cover story. That Terminal Secrets ended the way Terminal Secrets ended.
Exactly, yeah. Stella's still being very sad on the island, but what's really important is that no treasure hunters are coming to go and find this all-powerful robot, because that would be very bad for her. I think Blue Ball kind of fucked up when he was like, oh, here's where Stella is. She's over there. She's got all the stable information. Go nuts, go find her.
And at least my idea, just like the name Plum Island obviously comes from the real life Plum Island, which is in the Long Island Sound, and it was this, plague island at one point, and a mental institution is a very spooky island. But like a lot of those weird New England islands, it's part of a set. So, even people that actually try to swim the waters of, who knows what state the Celestial Sea is in these days, If they end up on the wrong island, you know, they could probably get eaten by like a Mirelurk king or whatever the pony equivalent is.
Exactly. Treasure hunters, stay away from trying to get through islands. I mean, I don't even want to know how few of the stable control ponies actually make.
Yeah, that's a good question too. Maybe Blue Ball was like the only one, whereas like Highlander, he gains all of their power as they get eaten one by one.
Topaz pays for her child murder by drowning in the ocean.
Rest in potatoes. And that's the other fun thing too that I hope, you know, down the road, if people ever want to listen to it again, because then the other big surprise at the very end, which I try to throw hints at, but luckily from the chat, it looked like enough people were surprised, where it's like the whole of Rose Petal being the one who brings back the story was a misdirect, where it's like you basically switch them from the very beginning, where it is the actual DJ Pony loudspeaker going to the ruins right after all the explosions happen.
And it's sort of the
Question.
Yes.
In the top of the chat, he says, "Glad to be here, everyone. And Skybolt, I sent you a Discord invite so that you can review the first summary of Equestria Strange Circumstances." Stop it! Strange Circumstances. But now let's celebrate your triumph in writing.
I did get his friend request. Yes, thank you, Scroll Keeper. We can chat that up, because we definitely will have little, you know, maybe one or two one-offs in the months to come. Because basically, as far as I'm concerned, I can't step away from FOE completely until we finish goddamn Wasteland Survival Guide. We have to finish that.
Which at least is slowly starting to pick up.
I know.
Now that you know the scripts have been finished for a while, Needle finished moving, so they're a little bit more free to keep on recording. What was our quick question? Confessions related, for something super duper important. What's the full waifu count?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because I'm putting a poll up on the community tab right now to run throughout the stream, which is essentially who is the ultimate confessions waifu.
We could do ultimate
Stop you
ship
there?
too. That's
I'm just
actually
gonna stop you there, guys. I have to stop you there because you already had a poll where one of the options was that Diamondback was the waifu.
Diamondback is very huggable.
I did make that, yes. The results of yesterday's poll. We've got the Confessions Rap Party stream tomorrow. Have you listened to the finale yet? The options were finished it and loved it, finished it and adored it, still working my way through, haven't started yet, Diamondback is my waifu. And the results come to 35% have finished it and loved it, 17% have finished it and adored it, 19% are still working their way through, 23% haven't started, and 6% believe that Diamondback is their waifu.
Fantastic.
And my question to follow up that is, isn't waifu like female and the husband?
Husbando.
Yeah.
Yes, but
husbando?
now that Confessions is over, who is best girl? The options are Battered Blade, Rose Petal, Freezy, Carmina, and Amber Horn.
Yeah, that covers the major ones.
All right. Unfortunately, the poll here only allows us five options.
Ah.
Also, one of the questions I have for all the characters is what is your favorite ship of the series, whether or not it's your own.
Put a poll up for that too. I just found I'm digging into the community feature these days, so.
Yeah, I've never really tried exploring that before, but that is a good way to maintain like YouTube interactions.
Yeah, so like I did it all the way up to leading up to the Confessions finale dropping. I was posting I was reposting your Confessions quotes from the Facebook page.
Yeah, I think people might have forgotten about those. Like they kind of dropped off after 7, but that's why I wanted to do the the teaser pics with each of the epilogue pictures, which I thought were kind of fun.
Yeah. So all of that's now being reposted onto the community tab over the next few weeks, like something every day should be popping up.
Oh, speaking of husbandos.
Quill, fella. I can be whatever you want me to be. Yeah.
Cinder has just arrived.
Welcome, Cinder. How's it going?
It's far too early for that.
Yeah, see, this is me trying to accommodate the old world, and it works out for some, but others, like Amberhorn, I guess Amber really is dead, because she hasn't appeared in any of the streams for the last several months.
I don't know, this is like great timing for her, because it's 6 p.m. over here, so it must be about 4 p.m. in Kelly and Okart land.
I know, you better be wrapping up your dinner and getting on stream, you assholes, because I want Kelly too, if he'll show up.
Right. Well, I know he's online, because I can see his little green dot in the Discord channel.
Yeah. No, because Kelly, he played a great part very early on with the engineer getting that damn Amoria album done. It's the only name we couldn't change because it's like I used Octavia too much in the Duchess Horror, and we're still under the damn Stapletech naming policy at that point.
But I think you worked your way around that one quite well by suggesting that it's a stage name.
Yeah, I like that. I like that option.
See, we have one vote in the poll, which means that Rose Petal currently has 100% of the votes for Best Girl.
Hell yeah!
I was about to start yelling to Medeiros, "Hey, go vote in the poll!" But he doesn't have a YouTube account.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for Web Shoulder. Then we can actually talk about the ending of your story too, because that was actually one of the first segments, specific scenes written for the series, was the whole torture dialogue between them and TikTok, where they're strapped down to the chairs.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
That was almost too real. Oh my gosh.
Speaking of, I really do wish I'd gotten a chance to rip off the head of that bastard father myself.
I know. I was trying to think.
You're kind of a dick. I was more than happy to rip him apart. And it ain't like those bastards could have stopped me.
I felt a little bad for Diamondback because I'm like, part of his character was that he was OP. That was part of the mercenary plotline, was they finally found someone that could overcome all of these roided out, Orange family survivors. But counter to that is like, oh god, I don't want it to be, a Gary Stu character, so I'm like, we need to de-nerf him a little bit.
You then proceeded to spin the entire finale. You then proceeded to spend the entire finale beating the ever-loving hell out of me.
Yeah, Diamondback gives a lot for the series.
I don't think I've been hospitalized that often before.
See, now the ending is just Battered Blade in this really, ridiculous nurse's outfit, nursing him back to health.
I gotta say, I did, because it was about 6 in the morning when I started listening to the episode, and I did have a very hilarious early morning squeal when it got to the part right at the beginning where they go investigate what's happened, and Diamondback's protecting Amber from the explosion. It's yee! Battered back for life.
And yes, we are taking questions.
What can I say? I hear she's in danger, and I gotta come flying. After all, you gotta protect your horde, don't you?
And, I kind of want to make the joke that sometimes the knight in shining armor is the dragon.
It was so great too because apparently Chris got up right at the end of the stream, the way the timing worked, so she keyed in just quickly enough to find out that her character was dead, and then spent 2 hours in depression until the ending.
No!
Yes, I was so sad, and the inner Carmina of me was just like, "Let me!" type of things. And yeah, that was kind of interesting experience. Having one side of your brain want to like shake someone so badly, and the other part is just like, I'm sad now.
It was really funny too because we have a special chat room just for the confessions VAs and stuff, and at one point we were doing a lot of like, because I didn't tell any of them anything, like that was part of the give, is I didn't want to reveal who had what lines, which it could have slipped down to other people, so they all experienced the finale of their characters the same way the audience did, which I thought was fun.
Well, to answer your question, Quill, I've got to say, probably the personality of him. Being able to... He's a very unique character. And in the end, it's good to have someone in the Wasteland who is a little bit cocky, yeah, but seems to actually care about it, and ain't all depressed all the time. I'm looking at you, Carmina.
It's funny too in the spoiler chat. They were like, "Well, what if Batter Blade got pregnant? What's Generation 3 like?" And I'm like, I think that story would be funniest if the kid looked mostly like a pony on the outside, but she or he had all the dragon traits. So it's like a horse, but then she swims in lava and can breathe fire and can eat like rocks and diamonds and stuff. That would be really fun.
What I call expensive taste in favorite food.
It's convenient because you can eat like almost anything, realistically.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I can, but some things are tastier than others.
Scrollkeeper wants to know, is Diamondback or Cinescript talking? Because it's hard to tell. So, honestly, out of every conversation I've had with Cinder, it's really, really hard to tell whether or not she's channeling Diamondback. I think she just is the character. They both share the quality of... They both share the consistent quality. Chris, block your ears. They share the consistent quality of being horny on main.
I mean, you don't gotta be so upfront about it. After all, I gotta make sure Batted doesn't try to castrate me again.
Because she'll try. No, the great thing definitely throughout the whole show, from the very beginning, is every single actor or actress brought something, of themselves into each character and really made it like, next level. Really made it like, they brought their own life, their own personality into it. And obviously that's something I couldn't write in. And so that's, one of the many things that really made the show work.
Honestly, I think it was really funny logging into the episode because you started the episode at about midnight my time.
Me too.
I'd gone to bed about 2 hours earlier, so I logged in about half an. Yeah, I woke up at about 1:30, looked at the episode, saw that it was running, back to sleep. Couldn't sleep that night, so I'm up again at 4. Checked the episode, looking at the comment section. And I think this happened like 3 or 4 times where I just kept waking up, checking the episode, and the episode is still going.
Yeah, that was the other thing, too, is everyone kept asking, what time does it end? And I'm like, that's another spoiler, because because it has like a Return of the King style ending. I'm like, if I tell them there's an hour and a half after, all the characters freaking died, then that'll be, they're like, oh, maybe they aren't dead. Can't have that. Had to string them along. Then by the time they might have realized, wait, it's not over yet, then we're into the Harvest Orange segment, and they're totally forgetting about it.
Because I think it's sort of like the, it's the reverse feeling of what happens if you have a happy ending in a book, where sometimes I'll be reading a book and they'll have wrapped everything up and there's still 100 pages left. And so because you're holding in your hand, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh god. So many characters are about to fucking die. Everything's gonna go, and you read those last 100 pages and sure enough, boom, it's fucking, all these characters have died. So like part of, I think, the benefit that you got from doing the live stream the way you did was that you could keep that spoiler hand with no one quite knowing when it's going to end, and and then you got to have that surprise of being like the Ninth Doctor, with the whole everybody lives, which I think, for the record, I loved that comparison. So someone on the Discord, for the sake of the stream, someone on the Discord channel posted the comparison of the Terminal Secrets finale versus and sort of Vermont writing the Terminal Secrets finale. You're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead. Skybolt writing the Confessions finale, and it's just that gif from the Doctor Dances with the Doctor going, "Just this once, Rose, everybody lived."
Yeah.
We should have that up at the stream. That would be so fun to have now.
A question from the one AJ. Yes, Carmina and Sandstone do live. That was the other hard part about the very last segment, is I tried to write the dialogue as well as I could as like an actual closing statement, but also without it being too exposition-y. But it's like I have to give the real answers for, what happened. And it's like, there's that whole section where it's like, 5 minutes earlier and she would have, survived with just a few scratches, but 5 minutes later and it would have played out more or less how I explained. Say again? Chris?
Yeah, and to be honest, about they surviving, I think my in real life reaction was like, yes!
I know. Yeah, so the idea is like the real ending for them would have been like the ship did blow up, but they were far enough away where Sandstone and Carmina were fine because they had heavy armor, but Amber, who was naked, ended up losing her back two legs, and we were able to save one of the cutie marks.
I would love to see art of that, by the way, of post-series Amber.
Yeah, I would love to help design that, because the idea would have been like one of the legs would be like late-stage blackjack, where it's like up to almost the thigh, where it's just the one cutie mark, and then the other one would have been like the hip bone gone too. So you have an EAST Corp logo as the cutie mark for like her back right side or something like that.
Don't worry about it. I know a stallion that can get you a replacement.
Yeah, and that's another bit of a closed loop where with all the Sentinel droids left over, the idea would have been they would have loaded up the Blue Moon with just a bunch of spare parts and would have dropped a lot of them off in Diamondback's Volcano Village, where either Whitecoat or Dr. Sutures eventually could learn to just give people robotic prosthetics. So Ridgeback isn't hobbling along on a metal stick anymore.
Don't worry about her. She views it as a handicap. Gives those people that piss her off a fighting chance.
I thought that was funny too, because with Ridgeback, it's like she's a distance weapon. Where the idea of Ridgeback was she's sort of like Mr. Boom Boom from season 3 of the Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Excuse me, his name is Sparky Boom Man.
Yeah, sorry.
Sparky Boom Man.
Yeah.
I remember now, yeah.
Instead of the
Why
third
do you
eye.
think I remember that name? It's something I could have come up with.
I would love it if that's how it reads on the Wikia, which it probably does.
I've actually got to find that out.
Question from Final Sight. Was Mare Island really trash, or is that made up too? No, for real, the separation during the energy flow, snapped back in both directions like an instrument string. So pretty much most of the computers and stuff are totally trashed. The one question is whether or not you could still access it and use the Mars guns, but there really isn't anything left to defend anymore because all the systems are, completely ripped apart.
Remind me to come back later and eat those.
Yeah, that was the thing I thought would be a great, a great written finale for Diamondback 2 is just to melt the last working gauntlet out of his claw. I thought that's such a cool, if we could make a movie out of it, that would be such a cool visual, the blue flame.
So unfortunately, he is under the Wikia as Combustion Man.
Yeah, oh well.
His name they made him.
Sparky, Sparky, boom, man.
That's way better.
Also, unfortunately, we are currently at a 3-way tie on the poll between Rose Petal, Battered, Freezy, and Amber Horn. Sorry, 4-way tie.
Oh, there you go. You see, you gotta write every relationship has to be unique.
I gotta say, I'm curious to find out what loudspeaker would think of sort of the DJ Pony's broadcasts during the course of Fallout Equestria.
Yeah, so that's of course the other big final reveal for people that have asked the question for years is this homage or the previous DJ Pony? And as I put in the script of the final episode at the very end, that was the whole core conception for me for the series is I wanted to tell the story of the DJ Pony before homage, why they left, and all this figured in the big design of like getting involved in some interview story with the Wasteland and then becoming the story by your involvement and deciding that he mishandled the truth so poorly he had to step away. He had to finally retire.
I think I think it validates all of those questions that people have been asking for so many years. And then there was that one jackass who was just straight up like, this is canonically incorrect. You didn't read the books. I think whoever was actually accused you of not reading the books.
I remember that, yeah.
And now it's like, oh, joke's on you, motherfucker.
That was the whole point, from the very beginning, and especially in the Ghoul Doctor episode, is the, who is DJ Pony? And so you have the Ghoul Doctor himself doesn't know. He's like, are you a ghoul? You've lived a long time.
The ghoul actually, he draws attention to it. That was the thing that I didn't quite get, was some of the people who assumed that you didn't know what was going on. Which was kind of like, but that's the core question that's been raised in the series is this homage DJ Pony? Is this the different DJ? It was clearly something that was going to be addressed.
And I have to thank, Screw Loose, Mike Carney, who I got to know from our recent FOE Dead Tree radio play series that Cinder's been heading up. He did a great job for that part. He actually turned in 5 different variants for the DJ Pony voice, the final loudspeaker voice. And I'm like, this first one's great. It's exactly what I wanted, where I'm like, there's a conversation in the Road movie that, what's his name?
Viggo Mortensen.
Yes, Viggo Mortensen tells the kid, and it's like, this scene, this is the energy I'm looking for the conversation, and he just nailed that. So I was very happy. Thank you, Mike Carney, for that.
No, his voice work, his voice work was really good. Because I think that was quite a tricky thing to do, was move from the DJ Pony voice that you've been using for 6 years, not just in the show, but in all of your fucking marketing for the show. This has been your DJ Pony voice. So you've got an audience who is used to the sound of that voice. So the casting really had to or the voice that Mike Carney used really had to hold up for that transition at the end. And I think he did a fantastic job.
Yeah, and then how I try to show then when Homage does her try is sort of the mechanics of how the voice works, where it's a bit of a, it's like a translator, basically, where you speak into it and it copies your intonations and whatever into the actual voice to make it sound natural. So there's a very, very slight delay and some things like that, but I did my best to make it sound natural.
We have web shoot.
Hey!
Oh, we've got Web Shutter.
I'm a day late, but I earned 2 bits.
Just in time.
Sorry, I got stuck at work for a little bit.
We at least have one complete
for Web Shoulder.
So we're in this. I do apologize for my tardiness. It was all my job's fault.
No, it's totally fine. I told everyone, come in when you can, just so I can run through these 5 questions real quick once we do. But yeah, so with the introduction of Sandstone's character, I'm like, well, real quick, I need to cover what was he experiencing when Carmina comes on the radio out of nowhere. Yeah, yes, thank you, Sketchy Rivet for $4.99. I think the question throughout FOE is the previous pony Homage traveled with had the alien gun. Also cheers.
Oh, Joe Blue's alien gun, yes.
Yeah, we do. I do reference that in I think the very first section where they're talking about the guns on Freezy's ship, and DJ Pony's like, yeah, we don't really have a lot of guns here except for a few exceptions, and that's the exception. But it's Homage's gun, so Loudspeaker doesn't take it with him when he goes on the adventure. He uses one of, I think, a sniper or anti-material rifle from Freezy's ship.
Okay.
Yeah, I can sort of imagine Loudspeaker reaching out to it and Homage being like, no, mine.
There's even the line in the middle where I talk about his fighting style, where it's like, it's very easy to just shoot at things in the distance from your window balcony. And that's the idea where a lot of his shooting is just sitting on the edge in between songs and sets shooting at random things in the distance.
Oh, is this is that like towards the end of the last episode?
I think it's in the middle where they first start talking about Amber. There's that whole like, it's almost like a post-mortem, but it's DJ Pony and Homage talking about, getting to know Amber and everything.
Okay, yeah, I do remember hearing something about Amber being able to use weapons, but also when you were saying that, I was remembering Duchess Rose Petal using the sniper or something like that.
Yeah, she had a carbine and then her laser pistol, which she does give to Loudspeaker to use during the adventure, because it is a powerful... The idea was when... do not aim at faces like the Pew Pew from New Vegas. So it's like 2 quick shots, but both of those shots are packed full of energy. Now, we'll go back, check on the questions.
Now I wish I could have been able to finish the whole episode. I made it to 5 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh, no. At least you know the ending, right?
Yeah, I managed to catch, like, the ending during the live stream, but I've been taking the last few days to try to piece everything else together when I had the time.
That's okay. Lieutenant Darkseeker, are you secretly banning your character as like a huge trademark symbol? I mean, I've told many people you're welcome to write your own derivative fan fictions from our stuff all you want. I mean, it'd be hypocritical if I said you can't, and obviously we really appreciate if you find our stuff inspiring to write your own stories. That's always what we hope for, the creativity to flourish.
There is one rule when it comes to Carmina, though. She must be a badass.
And if you write something with Diamondback, do tell me. I'd love to read it.
Yeah, send it our way. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, and if you talk about it,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
And if you write something with a Terminal Secrets character, remember, make it sad.
Yeah. Question from Quill Feather for Chris. What was your favorite part about voicing Carmina?
Oh, that's... I've been asked that before. I think what my favorite part was? I gotta say, the favorite part is when Sandstone enters and she's like, white coat? No. Like, she starts to like, what's happening here? What? Then it turns out... Huh?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
And then it turns out that it's really him, and they're just like embracing each other and happy and stuff like that, because it was very easy for me to voice that, because I just thought of every time I get to see my dearest again. So
Oh.
Yeah,
unambiguously wholesome.
She nailed that part really well, because the whole idea too is that was also the breaking of her psychosis, where it's like she's had this sort of split personality compensating for his absence for all this time. So seeing him walk in like that, her first impression is, oh, it's White Coat, in shapeshifting. But he's like, wait, I don't have a picture. Like that was a tease at the beginning of the Ice Mare, where the teaser photo of them. Let me pull it up. Is this Outpost Zeta picture is a memory, and so it just fades away into the steel wallpaper from the Scar, and that was the idea that there are no pictures left. It's just an image from his mind's eye that he retains from her. So
Sunset Shimmer keeps posting "read my last comment," but the last comment made by that person was the words "read my last comment."
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not seeing them either. I apologize, but
I've scanned through. They're not.
Try rewriting it in a different way, I guess. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, by the way, so DJ Pony shooting at the shooting out of the window from Tenpenny Tower. Did that come from Alistair Tenpenny shooting off of his balcony in Fallout 3?
In the loose sense, yeah, just where it's like, what else are you gonna do if you're mostly trapped in a high up suite?
Because I think that's like the first time you meet Tenpenny is when you're on the approach. If you approach the tower on his, he shoots at the shit around you. I think.
Oh, I don't remember that. I'm always two ways with Tenpenny. I either kill him right away or I blow up Megaton.
It's been a really long time since I've played Fallout 3. Mostly I've just rerun New Vegas again and again and again. Though that being said, I'm kind of staying off of the Fallout games at the moment. I've kind of burned out after the 6 years we've basically dedicated to it.
But yeah, so I guess we could start off with the questions now, which we've already kind of covered, but
yeah.
Before you do that, wait. Before we do that, there's one last question in the chat from Final Sight.
Yeah, these are the questions we're going to look at.
Ah, sorry, my bad. I thought it was someone else.
Comment section questions, chat. Do your thing. Before we get to Final Sight, I think Sky, were there ones before that? I think they were.
I think we've covered everything so far. I covered up to Sketchy Rivet, so otherwise there's hypothetical from Scrollkeeper about SPP towers getting destroyed. That's basically the ending of the original Fallout Equestria, right?
Well,
yeah.
What would happen if you destroyed the SPP towers is fairly simple. Those function as a conduit for Pegasus magic. They're used to keep control over the clouds and sky. So if you break them, well, first off, the Pegasi won't be able to farm anymore. And secondly, the cloud cover would start to disperse.
Pegasi BTFO?
They'd be having a bad time.
Final Sight then asks James Vermont, how does Derpy know the location of the stables where she leaves her book?
Oh, okay, so that's more of that's not necessarily a Terminal Secrets question, because that we originally brought that up in the Wasteland Survival Guide.
Yeah,
but basically, she just kind of looks for them. Like Derpy keeps whatever's left of her ear to the ground, talks to ponies, tries to find out where those stables. It's why there aren't. It's why there aren't books outside of every stable. She just puts them outside of every stable that she knows of. Like she found the one at at Plum Island. She found the one outside the Hunger Stable. She's found a couple of others, but she hasn't found them all. She just kind of figures it out as she goes along. But she's a busy ghoul.
And obviously, it could be argued that, like, there aren't really a lot mentioned in the original Fallout Equestria, that she did put them there at one point, but an animal carried it off, or it got pushed into the mud or something. You know, it's one of those, like, writing things, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those things that seems to happen whenever you leave anything around outside.
Whenever we interact with the main story's canon, we try to keep things a little bit vague so that things can still be worked around.
Yeah.
Like Sky has said himself about, like, sort of part of the one of the other nice things about the Confessions finale is it also explains why these characters aren't around or referenced by Homage or around Ten Pony Tower during Fallout Equestria.
Plus, a lot of their like specialty like tools are destroyed. Yeah, that's the other subplot. Is like even if Sandstone and Carmina were around, they couldn't arm an army because they blew up both of the outposts. So it's like all they've got left is a handful of stuff in their little cave.
Didn't they blow up all of them, or were it just those two?
Those were the only two they knew about. That's actually a bit of a mystery, is where Outpost Row is, which is what arms the army that invades Thunder Valley. But I guess the location disappears into the backdrop.
Into the ego.
Considering what happened towards the end of the last episode, where all the great arrows pretty much become extinct. I mean, they lose control of themselves. They lose control of whatever places they took over, so it ended up being swallowed up by the wastes.
I will say, though, roasting Pegasi can be pretty fun. The Enclave don't go near my mountains no more.
Well, that's where...
On the plus side, I got a new joyride.
What?
I mean, if you like chicken, roast the Enclave. That's what Pegasi. That's what we use the Pegasi for.
Delicious. Okay, well, since we've got four characters
call me
here,
crazy.
let's start with my actual character questions, which we already kind of have covered. Question 1 for each of you: what did you think would happen to your character before the finale?
For me, mainly, I just hoped. I mean, Carmina's already proven herself to be a badass, but I was honestly hoping that at least Sandstone would be able to make it out of there, so that way there wouldn't be no sad ending to the recently made good ending.
And I kind of had small, or Carmina had like, excuse me, Skybolt, if you deny me my wedding, I'm gonna use my shooting star at you. I think that was her favorite line.
Oh, that was great too. Yeah, that was in the Confessions chat room where it was like she was talking about like, oh, where are we gonna get married? Oh, we threw that up on the Facebook too, where she's like, we could go to the scary house. We'll have the wedding at the scary house.
Oh no! I don't think the ghosts would like that too much.
Oh, some ghosts can be very romantic.
No, and that's the other thing too. It's mentioned in a minute, but the idea was, so the real ending, they would have still come together and they had their big dinner on the blue moon, but it's still deciding just where everyone's gonna go ultimately. And so once they split off from the blue moon in the RES Helios, then they drop everyone off at their different places, and then they get married in the air in the same way that Harvest Orange and Valencia were. That's sort of that tease for that is the come fly with me. So, because Freezy, she's the only one with the credentials, quote unquote, to wed people in the military. So, it's high enough rank. So I thought that would be a cute, assumed ending for them.
I wonder if she'd be willing to do better than that.
Yeah, that was the thing too. Like, I knew Freezy and Chrysanthemum, they wouldn't go with the concept of marriage because it's, the eternal honeymoon, basically, or the eternal romance.
Right.
Diamondback and Battered, I don't know either if they would formally get married or not.
I mean, she is mine, and I'm hers. I ain't gonna let anyone else lay a hoof on the heart of my horn.
Yeah, I think it'd be more of just they just say.
If I gotta show that, I will. But I figure biting a few heads off might also get the message across.
I do like the idea of Diamondback forging his own ring out of just raw materials. That would be kind of fun.
Ooh, I do actually kind of like that. Although,
yeah,
what? That would be something worth seeing.
Although, knowing them, he'd forge his own ring, take Batter's gun, put the ring on the gun, and then melt the ring into it.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The pommel of that old, beautiful sword could use a little shine.
That's even better.
Oh,
that's the perfect wedding ring. Basically, enchanting and beautify the sword. Yes.
Because
the kind of wedding ring that can kill people. That's Batter's style.
Because literally, Batter Blade's blade is the representation of her. So, adding the ring to the hilt of that sword, the handle or hilt, one of the two, would definitely be a good. What's the word I'm looking for? A good
signification.
Symbol, a good signification. It would just work. I hate using those words, but it would just work.
It just works.
I like too during the final battle, because again during the battle scene I was like, I gotta write a good little segment of fighting for each character, and for Batter Blade I'm like, well obviously she's gotta go on a little blade rampage. And so I thought charging at Diamondback's, fallen form would be perfect, of just slicing through anyone that even comes close to her.
I still can't feel my left wing that well. Totally worth it to watch her going.
Weren't you knocked out?
You see, look, sometimes you just gotta watch.
I think he would probably say he saw it all and be all, because Diamondback's the smooth talker, so he would definitely ingratiate Batter I'm so glad you saved me during that battle. I saw every one of those blade strokes.
Your blade is beautiful, covered in blood as you are, Batter.
Oh, that's a good one.
But only once a month.
Getting charms on.
So Sorry?
We have another question from Scrollkeeper about, so did the Spirit's plan backfire because of a technical problem, or am I missing something? So that was what I tried to explain in the very, very end, about how, rather than being like an AI, this is like a Pandora's box, or like a Ghostbuster situation where you've got this evil entity bottled up in this technology that he can't escape because of the way it's shut down on him. So he's very pent up and antsy. And so as soon as he gets the chance to take this, try to escape and get into the Mare Island computers, he takes the risk basically because it's been 150 years or 200 years and is just can't take it anymore. So it's trying to give those impressions of it not thinking purely logically like a computer. There's still a very real animalistic emotion in there, and that manifests in the violent, chopping Amber's limbs off. That manifests in not thinking through what Amber could do to hack through his own systems. And then taking the chance on the transfer.
Yeah, as soon as that part where it was transferring over to Mare Island, it's like, oh, okay, that's an easy way to kill it right now. Because it's literally come out of its shell to be easily killed off. Although at the time, a lot of the main characters didn't know that until I hate being tired because I can't remember stuff.
It's all right.
Amber Horn's aunt.
Yeah, Aunt Abalone. That was another thing I was really happy about too, was being able to finally give voice to those characters that hadn't actually been in their own episode before.
In my defense, I was a bit too smitten to pay attention. Also unconscious, but we don't talk about that.
I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely thought, before going into this episode, I genuinely thought Chris wouldn't get Chrysanthemum. Before we get our people confused, I genuinely thought Chrysanthemum was gonna die, if only just because he's like a much more minor character, and it would serve to like just really fuck up Freezy.
Oh no!
So I went up like I'm sitting there like, okay, cool. So he's obviously gonna hurt my waifu by killing me. So just do it, Skirball. So basically every scene with them then became like
clenching.
Like, when is it gonna happen? When is it gonna happen? Damn it, Skyboat! Quit messing with me!
We have another question from Final Sight. I wonder if Ember would approve of Battered Blade. Yeah, I don't know. It would be like a tsundere battle, right?
Oh god.
I think it'd be very combative, actually, because they're both strong personalities, and she'd be the mother-in-law, which would make endless fun. So
I'm just gonna go sit over here.
yeah,
Hey,
they would literally play tug of war with Diamondback.
But like, whilst also both pretending that they don't like him.
Ma, please go back to
being
bed.
like, Ember's being like, "Ugh, I don't even care. He's not even a very good son. He's like only half dragon. Give him to me." And Battered Blade's like, "Yeah, no, he sucks. Give him. He's mine. I hate him. I want to kill him. Give
Two
him mine."
worlds, one family.
Or basically they both are gonna go like, no, he will be a horrible husband. I should just take him off your problems. And she would be like, no. You've done your job. You've raised him. I will carry your burden or something.
Now I need to keep raising him. He's still a child.
What was the name of Diamondback's friend in his story? The one that
Ridgeback. Yeah, she's just
Ridgeback.
watching the whole thing unfold with like popcorn.
yeah, if anything, she makes a offhand or off hoof comment saying, we could just take a sword and cut him in half, and you both have a half.
Oh, well, if you really want him, I can just cut him in half. Please don't do that.
I like the idea that she'd try to cut him in half with like a set of small explosions. Just right up the midline, or you want it, sideways.
I like what Quillfeather's saying in the comment section. Like lots of fanfic ideas popping up now.
How would Diamondback wear pants?
And then on the other side of the wasteland, we have a happy little farm with Carmina Sandstone and her kid.
Yeah, that I thought was fun too, is give them like a very pastoral ending of literally like going out to a rural, rural homestead.
There's nothing controversial about their ending. They get the ultimate calm ending that you see for like soldiers or like battle hardened heroes. Like, go, you have a farm, go live your life. It's okay.
Can I be meta about this? I was literally thinking of the ending of War Horse, the movie War Horse.
Oh.
How they return to the little England town, and it's him and the horse. Like, this is them making their return to the farm.
Yay, the war horses.
Gee, son, where the hell you been? Oh, I just took the horse to war, and then we came back. That's all.
But yeah, the idea that they have their secret little cave, but they also just kind of like rebuild the farmhouse and just enjoy their little
big
farm.
earth ponies,
Yeah, that is true. They're earth ponies, so it comes natural.
Yeah.
To an extent that reminds me of in Fallout 4, the Nuka World DLC. You come across two ex-gunners who have their own home, and they do a bit of trading and whatnot. And we just lost James.
Oh, ripping pepperoni.
Final Sight just said, I want White Coat plus Stella fanfiction, romantic fanfiction.
Oh God, no, she's in eternal self-depression. So, I think what Whitecoat would do is probably just rebuild another Zippy if he could, or try to track down another one to reprogram. The idea was like literally like a pet he's impressing his own like complex intelligence onto this little robot over time, and then he dies. F for Zippy.
I cannot see Whitecoat getting another Zippy Or if he does, he's gonna name it something else.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys, why would he get another Sippy when he literally is the neighbor of Carmina and Sandstone, and they're gonna get kids?
That's true. He'd just be the robo uncle.
Yeah, he'd be the awesome robot uncle that does like puppetry
Robo
and
Uncle
like.
/ Robo Godfather.
It's like a Full House. He'll be the Uncle Jesse or something.
Yeah, but I think the loss of Sippy was basically the same as the loss of Hedwig in Harry Potter for me.
Oh, there you go.
So I got really sad about that.
I had a lot of fun
"No,
with that final scene where it's like all the rainbow shadows from all the chemicals mixing together. I thought that would be another like I'd seen was it the Mandy and Color Out of Space movies, and like a really colorful big battle would be really neat.
Coffee to answer you about that. White Coat taking them to dangerous places. You really don't think that Carmina and Sandstone are gonna teach their kids from a very young age how to defend themselves?
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah, no, they're I can see them definitely imparting their knowledge onto them, saying like, okay, remember, sharpen away from you and point towards the enemy.
I don't think they would go on too many like long adventures though. Not until the kids were old enough to, take care of themselves.
Very true.
No, of course not. But they are still gonna teach them from very early age because it's the Wasteland, and you gotta keep the traditions, kinda. Except making orphans very early, Stuffy.
Okay,
That's not a good tradition.
this is probably spoilers for me, but does Carmina keep the Ego mask? And if she does she impart it to one of her children in the future?
Yeah, I guess
I
that would
think-
be like, I guess they'd give it to whoever, needs it at the time. Like if someone needs to go out and get supplies, they would take the mask with them.
Yeah, or since you know what it does to the body, she would also maybe keep it as emergency thing.
Actually,
And-
you saying that, Chris, the Ego mask increasing, making the body stronger than what it was. What would it do to the children? I mean, because think about it, Carmina's been breathing in the Ego mask for
20
a long
years.
time. So, what would it do to her biology and for the children? Because obviously, when words, I know how to use them. When children are made, DNA from both parents are used together, and obviously the good genes and the bad genes are used. So in his genes, obviously DNA has obviously been enhanced or whatever. So what would happen to the children?
Oh, so the idea
Be
with
like-
it is it's sort of like an environmental effect of as you're using it, it heals you and repairs your body and stuff. But it also because it's an ongoing healing effect, it slows down your aging. So actually, from all the time Carmina's used it, rather than being like 37 or whatever, her body's more like probably early 30s, just because of that slowed aging of the effect from the mask.
So
No, I'm starting to wonder.
Sandstone's older looking than Carmina.
Yeah, he is older anyway, but yeah, it's sort of like a telomere like extension thing. It just
wait.
repairs those.
They were the same class, as far as I remember.
Yeah, they
Back
were a
in
year
the-
apart. You see on the timeline, actually, in the big bonus package, there's the Confessions timeline that also shows the age of all the major characters.
Yeah, so it's not that much different in living years, at least.
No, it's just a year apart. Sandstone was a year older.
Yeah, that's
So,
not much.
suddenly, I'm thinking of a line from a country song. I'll be, you be the pretty, and I'll be the funny.
No.
And that was great too. That I just realized is still on screen with the epilogue art. I'm like, all right, I need to reestablish very evocatively what happened at the very end of the last one to make everyone feel before we get into the episode. So I was really happy with how Sancho's art turned out.
Oh yeah. It came out very, very well. What have we got? What do we got in the comments section? Anything new?
I think a joking question from Zerna the Zebra. Are you my mommy? I was just thinking of the little Karibo quote.
Which kid would inherit the power armor? That's a good question. Probably the one that could use it the best.
I guess my next question for just the whole chat is, what was your favorite part of the finale, whether or not involving your character? Just a little scene or segment or something like that you liked.
In your Kirk voice, can you holler Susan's name like Khan, please?
Susan!
See, I see it more like you remember the intro to the Flintstones, and you've that's how I've always kind of seen it.
Wilma!
Come on, Susan, restart the stream.
Okay, Quillfeather says I'd say Carmina's, and then that's it.
I will admit, the last big battle was pretty interesting to watch.
I felt
Though really, one of my favorite scenes was actually Diamondback and Carmina getting to be introduced for the first time. Would have been real nice to get to see them interacting more.
Ooh. What about if they two actually went on a mission together?
Now that I could get behind.
That would have been fun. That would have been fun. I want to voice that. That would be fun.
How long do you think it would have been until Carmina wanted to skin the dragon?
Now, the question is, who do they bring along to torment with their sass? And
No. That's the good thing, because they have to outsass each other. So it's kind of gonna be like the two siblings that never get along, but if one of them is in trouble, they're gonna go and skin whoever does something bad to the other one.
I think Freezy would be best to go along with them.
Now, I agree, but that may just be because Freezy's my favorite character.
We still have to tell the story of Leg Freezy at some point.
I've actually been working on like a random little story on that. I haven't quite nailed it yet. Because unfortunately, I've been going by your lore, Skybolt, when it comes to the brain. Because as you stated in a couple episodes, what was Carmina's episode, where they meet the oranges, and of course, they got stabbed in the head, and they ain't right up there anymore.
Yeah, so it's like Leg Freezy would be like regular Freezy, but with total amnesia. So she could probably talk and some basic stuff, but it'd be like a hard reset.
Let's see. Who said it? Who said it in the chat? Come on. Dang it. Well, so much for my joke. Never mind. I didn't get it.
Yeah, that was the thing too, and that was part of why the episode obviously was so long, is there's even the part in there where Abalone gives her literal confession to DJ Pony at Mare Island, and that's sort of her story in a lot of ways.
Scroll Keeper, Freezy's best waifu.
Well, you say Freezy is best waifu, but Battered Blade is currently winning. She has 50% of the votes in the poll, so...
Now, I can't answer that question without getting flayed alive. And after that whole adventure, Battered knows how to actually hurt me. So, I'm gonna have to say that Battered is, of course, the best waifu. But I do admit, Freezy does have a special place.
I would have to say Freezy is the best waifu as well, because, Freezy could hurt me.
But can we just say that Battered Blade's special talent is not necessarily stabbing, it's dragon taming?
You say that like she ever tamed me.
Well, describing what you just said, that kind of confirms it.
Yeah, I've got to say.
No, this is normal for dragons.
I could imagine Diamondback being very much like very continuing how he normally acts, when he's outside in the real world, but literally the moment he goes into a house with Battered and they're by themselves, he's all like, "Yes, Mummy, whatever you say. I live to serve. No, of course not. I'll go get the trash. Let me clean the house. Let me do literally everything. Just put your hose up. Don't hurt me again." That's kind of just what I'm picturing, though.
Nah. I ain't afraid about it. After all, a mate for a dragon ain't a good one unless she can rip your head off.
No, Sunset, show me your comments on
Nah,
not.
I respect her.
So does that
In
mean
more way. Oh, damn it. Okay, so I respect Battered. I ain't so sure I respect Susan. Might have to go pay her.
So
Diamond, good question. Could you're saying the best mate for a dragon is one that can rip their head off, right?
Of course.
So does that include your father?
Oh, you have not seen what my father used to be able to do.
It's like
he tamed a dragon. That's all I'm gonna say on it.
Yeah, he watched.
Well, of course he did. I mean, you wouldn't be here if he didn't.
Just for quick piece of admin for anyone in the chat whose comments may be vanishing or whatever, you can tweet at EAST Corp PR on Twitter and with your questions.
I mean, basically, Diamondback's dad is where he gets his charisma from, because that was the whole thing. Is he basically like wooed her in a matter of a day just by being this big brain on dragon knowledge and also a bit of a fetishist.
He was daring. He was very daring.
Also,
What
I made
can
the
I
joke before
say?
that he would have red fur. Red plus blue equals purple.
What can I say? I got my father's bravery.
Oh yeah, the question you asked, Skybolt. Favorite scene? Actually, there's more than one, but with character would have to be just imagining Sandstone Carmina basically going full on tank on the Great Arrows that were storming the Batter Blade hotel before they got trapped.
Oh yeah. So that for that whole scene, I was picturing like the Dread movie from 2012 or whatever, where they're just clearing the building as well as they can to try to escape.
Dredd? Oh, Judge Dredd?
Yeah, the one with Carl Urban.
Yeah, not dang it, why would I
Not
say-
Sylvester Stallone.
Thank you. I don't know why. I wanted to say Sigourney Weaver. I'm like, no, that ain't right.
I think
Sylvester
my favorite Diamondback or Sandstone scene is actually the one where he's in the train car just listening to the radio. I like that sort of like normalcy, and then his whole world is shattered and surprise, Carmina's alive.
That was actually a nice thing to visualize. I mean, literally, he takes a defense engine and then turns it into a little living room area and just kind of kicks back. Let's see. And now my favorite scene without the character. There's too many. But Duchess Rose Petal. Going into Mare Island and seeing everything the first time from her perspective.
Which, of course, turns out to be Loudspeaker in the end.
Yeah.
I hadn't gone that far, but thank you for telling me.
Hey, we said there would be spoilers.
Yeah, I know. I should already figured it was Loudspeaker considering the way things were said. So,
like I said, the ending, it's really it takes a much more interesting turn when you keep that in mind re-listening to it, because then a lot of little scenes and little details like when Abalone first meets them, she's like, "Oh, you're not what I expected." Little things like that all throughout the episode that make more sense.
Okay, I mean, I'm gonna still listen to the rest of it, but please answer me this: did Duchess Rose Petal take any part in any of the missions, or was she out with her family?
So she actually was in the tower. She stayed with Homage the whole time, and she basically swapped places with DJ Pony being the secret guest. So that way, when Homage was downstairs or had to get food or something, and they still heard a DJ Pony on the air, it was a recording, but Rose Petal was there to manage the radio.
Makes sense.
So this is a bit of a. I'm cheating a little bit with this because my favorite moment is more of a meta. Which was that I knew the title of the episode maybe about a week and a half ahead of time because you'd shared it on the Gods channel. And so my favorite moment of the episode was the point where the title drop happened, and I just got to watch the chat lose its fucking mind.
Oh yeah, that was really great.
Everyone, because also for the record, because I had called that shit back a couple of years back. So I felt incredibly validated, and then seeing a whole bunch of other people being like, "Yay!" and then the one dude who was like, "I owe someone money now." Apparently, someone took bet on what the Confessions finale's title would be.
Yeah, and I sort of teased that years ago also when I said, if I have to do all the voices at the very end, I'm going to finish this series.
And lo and behold, you almost did.
And I think the nope, completely lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Sorry about that, James.
I just thank God that Maddie stuck around to finish being Homage, because that would have made everything a whole lot harder if she hadn't come back.
Right. Oh, there it is. People doing people's voices. That's another. Again, I love it in a meta sense, but Skyball doing his best to do Chris's accent, but just sounding like Cypher Belnades.
Yeah, I showed my dearest that part, and so when did you become Arabic?
Yeah, that was the hard thing. Is I kept slipping into either Cypher or frickin' Jasmine.
I'm just like, okay, do I roll my R's that much?
No, probably not. But yeah, I did my best. You don't understand. I did 3 takes of everything in the series. I had 24 hours of raw audio, but all of the Carmina lines I did 7 times, and that was the best.
Chris, on our scale of 1 to 10, how did Skybolt do?
5.
I'm very sorry, but I'm gonna be very honest. If I didn't know you were doing Carmina's voice, I am not sure I would have recognized it. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna give you a 3.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
So he gets a C. He gets a C in the grade wise.
Yeah, C for Carmina. Ha ha ha.
So when you first referred to Chris as Carmina as Cypher, the problem is A, I can't unhear it, and B, Chris had an actual moment where I think he almost quoted Cypher word for word in real life, and I think it's even on one of the streams.
What?
So it was when you decided your nickname for me. So there's a scene.
Yep.
There's a scene in the second season finale of Castlevania where Cypher finds out the origin of Trevor Belmont's name, and he says, "Yes, it came from the French name Trefort." And Cypher's like, "Treffy, you are Treffy now." And I swear it is on one of the streams. There is Chris deciding my name is Jam Jam, so she says, "You are Jam Jam now."
I just love Sypha so much.
So
what
is Sypha?
What kind of series is this?
It's Castlevania. It's on Netflix.
Okay, maybe I should take a look at that one.
Is it safe for Chris?
I don't think it is, to be honest, but it's still a good show.
The only way I can see it being safe for Chris is if she watches it with her beloved.
Yeah, so he can fast forward through the bisexual threesome in season 3.
Wait, what?
Excuse me? Also, hallo
Maybe violence.
på Netflix?
Netflix.
Yeah, so yeah, I just did my best and gave up after 7 tries. But then for the other accents, I finally got to really put an Australian to use in Abalone, and then also pull out the Fergo accent with Racer, which was great. I mean, Racer, that was a character teased 4 years ago at the end of The Engineer.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the end credit scene.
Yeah, which was teased again in the trailer for this episode.
Have fun.
Yeah, there we go. There are the images being posted up in the general chat. Yeah, that first image is exactly what Chris's reaction just was.
Yes. Kidding either.
And I did tease what the accents would be also in the Wikia. If you actually read the behind the scenes in the Wikia articles for those characters, you would have seen 6 months ago what they would have been. But
Wikia.
I think that would have been like probably 5 people, maybe.
Skybolt, what's happening to your pronouncements?
What pronouncements?
What's a Wikia?
Even I know it's called Wiki.
Well, no.
No.
FOE, it's Wikia.
Yeah. The site is called Wikia.
I have spent 100 hours on that site. I know what the name of it is.
Oh, you mean Wikipedia?
No, Wikia.
Yeah, because
Wikia.
That sounds like IKEA for me. Like the big shop from Sweden and Mummyland.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the site is called. It is WIKIA.
Oh.
I'm not fooling.
Wikia?
Wikia, yeah.
Wiki, like your favorite DJ.
Although, I think it has been bought out by Fandom, so it's getting rebranded.
Which is dumb because, like, obviously everyone knows them as wikis or wikias, but yeah. No, we gotta, you know.
Yeah, we gotta change the name because someone else owns it.
I gotta say.
Okay, so I'm gonna eat Skybolt later, just so you know. Just so you know how the DJ's story ends. I'm gonna go eat him for that pun.
I was so delighted to see Loudspeaker and Rose Petal together in that ending art. I was so happy.
Yeah, so Loudspeaker's outfit is obviously modeled after the what's his name, the longshoreman from Far Harbor.
That was it. Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say the other one.
Yeah. Point Lookout.
Which I find appropriate, considering that Point Lookout inspired the Duchess horror.
Exactly. It's all circular. It all just works. And I've got my little teaser of the hologram projectors. I thought, oh, that's a good pony equivalent of the fog condensers. They can be hologram projectors.
Also, really dig Loudspeaker's main. You know, it's such a nice. It works as such a nice misdirect. Sort of like, you know, you because that's always also been kind of part of misdirectors that you've had in place is that the silhouette of DJ Pony looks like Homage's silhouette.
Exactly. And I thought, from the very beginning, that's why I told Lee was to make it ambiguous of whether it's a unicorn or earth pony or whatever. And I wasn't sure exactly how I would make him until, later on in production, but it was like, I knew I just like the episodes, I thought that would be appropriate for DJ Ponies of going girl, boy. So he would come before Homage, and then before him was some, voice radio lady that passed on the torch.
And then Homage will pass over to someone.
I honestly thought that DJ Pone was Homage when you first started this, and then when Homage walked in, I'm like, wait a minute, okay, so maybe not? Question mark?
Yeah.
So, is there actually an inbuilt function in the microphone that makes them twist their voice? It's not just a spell?
Well, I mean, it's like an enchanted microphone, basically.
Ah, okay.
It's
So
a
you can
spell
activate
woven
the
into the microphone. Anyone that talks into it will have the same voice. The difficult part is getting the inflection and the tone down.
Exactly. So I just, I did my best to show, how each of them... and that was another thing, too, is then once they recorded their parts, then I had to record, 5 or 6 takes of both to try to match them up as well as I could.
Okay, I'm a little lost. Who did you have record what?
Oh, when Mike Carney and Maddie recorded their lines for Homage and Loudspeaker, and then I recorded the DJ Pony version over it for the layering.
Okay, but for some reason I thought you were still talking about when DJ Pone was talking for Batterblade and everyone else.
Oh, no. And that was also obviously, so then all the voices of the characters in character were my demos from over the years, my countless hours of demos that most of the VAs ignored.
No, I listened to it. I made sure to listen to it, that way I can get it right.
Hey, I listened to all of it. I listened to the examples you provided me. I then just went my own way.
Yeah, so... Well, yours was different. The accent evolved very late in Mercenary production, but...
I will also admit, the direction you gave me came out with something a hell of a lot different than this.
Oh, yeah.
To be honest, I don't think I would have been able to do as fast as I did without your demo recording for episode 8, because you remember, or the one who I think Cinder, you were the one who edited my recordings, if I remember correctly, and how much trouble I had with sickles.
Oh, yeah. Cycles.
Yeah. Bicycle. Bicycle.
Bicycle. I want to ride my bicycle.
Now, I wasn't the one.
Sorry,
I wasn't the one who edited that, but I will say, editing some of your recordings for Dead Tree has been an absolute treat.
Oh boy, yeah. What was the last Clementine or something?
Turpentine.
Yeah, Turpentine. Oh my gosh.
Can't wait to hear that.
Yeah, I
that one is a blast.
Season 6.
That one is wonderful. We'll have the bloopers for that one up soon enough.
Yeah.
Of course, we're actually working on chapter 6 right now.
Up in the comment section, Sketchy River just wants clarification on whether or not Loudspeaker and Rose Petal is canon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's the whole idea teased from the very beginning, and I think I explained it too in the ending, where it's like Rose Petal was a caravaner where she would sell dresses and other mixed goods, because ever since the Maricello incident, she's just tried to expand her island's interaction with the outside world, and so she does all the big routes and everything, including Ten Pony Tower, where in some unspecified way they actually met in person.
It was during the masquerade ball.
Oh yeah, and then that happened at one point in the mill.
Oh, also, sorry, Cinder, I think I interrupted you when reading the question.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
What I was gonna say a little bit ago was, Skybolt, your recordings of the lines definitely helped out because it helped me to figure out how to keep Sandstone sounding military, but at the same time relaxed.
Yeah, that was sort of the unique where it's like, it's not an accent in, I guess, our perspective, but it's like for a lot of the world, that's a very distinctive sound is the way, American military cadence is, where it's this blending of Southern and sort of Southwestern because of where most of the military bases are in America.
Well, it's also mainly the tone. Like you learn how to be blunt, straight, and you what's the words I'm looking for? I'm sorry, I'm lacking most of my vocabulary this morning. But yeah, no, it's mainly just like the inflections of the tone of the voice and how you learn how to speak as you're around other military individuals.
Which I am all the time, and I wrote it that way too, or at least I tried to, where a lot of his like kind of the more dialogue-y stuff especially is very much more like direct and sharp, like his interactions with Battered Blade when she's just randomly hitting on him, which I still thought was funny, and she's just like, again, it's foreshadowing for Diamondback. They're both little like flirty, barflies.
I'm not gonna lie. I honestly was thinking that you were gonna hook up Battered and Sandstone early on, but I'm glad you didn't.
It was a misdirect. I already knew where they were going, but I thought in the meantime, we gotta, throw some spice into the mix.
I was just like, wait, what? When I was in the middle of recording Carmina's lines, and I heard Sandstone's episode, and I was just like, if he gonna go and get cheeky with someone else, I think Carmina's gonna be very angry.
Well, shoot, looks like I'm gonna be sleeping in a different outpost tonight.
And we already know who wins in a fight between Battered Blade and Carmina. So
yeah,
that is true.
Sandstone won.
Yeah, that's right. Sandstone wins either way.
Yeah, Sandstone wins either way.
Well, think about it. For the longest time, Carmina, whenever she got into close quarters combat, it was the inner Sandstone that would take over, right?
But she still has the experience, especially from all those years now. So I don't think she would forget it that easily. And she just need to get some distance. And as far as she can run faster than her, so get some distance and fire up something. Pew pew.
What I'm gonna say is, either way, Sandstone and me win out in the end.
How
Well,
did
the problem
die?
The problem for poor Sandstone is that if Battered Blade won, then Sandstone would get lucky, but then Diamondback would enter the fray, and Sandstone versus Diamondback is not a fair fight at all.
No. Even half dead.
That's not a fair.
Nah, I still think Sandstone would still be able to get a few licks in because his training
and the power armor.
I mean, Dragon.
Power armor.
Dragon beats power armor.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that the tin can keeps the food tasty, but
delicious.
Is it just me, or are we gonna start making card game out of this?
Oh my god.
Diamondback beats
Yes.
Sandstone, Carmina beats Diamondback, or whatever it's gonna go.
EAST
no,
Corp
Freezy
Productions.
beats Diamondback.
now listen.
Mostly
here,
because Freezy
here,
just
Dragon.
asked it.
You may
Mostly.
think. Sorry, go ahead.
Mostly because Freezy just asked him to sit down. He's like, well, if you keep talking, sure thing.
Now listen here, you over. God damn it, I forgot. Well, you may say the tin can keeps the meat fresh, but tell me, can you handle the hot taste of an impact round?
Yes, he'll eat it. He will literally eat it.
I could use a snack. Bring it on.
Yeah, you
Well,
know, dragons like
wait.
spicy food. Well, to be honest, if that fight were to happen now, I don't think Carmina would sit on the sideline, to be honest. I bet she would be like, okay, I just got him back. No way you're taking him away from me. Pew pew.
Oh yeah, that was another subtext I added for the Frisian. You know, besides the fact that Sandstone and Carmina almost give their lives for Amber's sake, but it's like, yeah, they're helping out of their own goodwill. So it's like at the point.
All right, hold on. Give me a sec. I gotta let my cat and dog out of the room. Hold on.
Det uppstod en fail. Pröv senare.
What? She's speaking fancy.
Error occurred. Please try again later. Det uppstod en fail. Pröv igen senare.
All right then.
Okay.
Reaching lesson.
So,
Yay.
are we back yet?
Yes.
Nope. Are we?
Maybe. I think so.
Let's see. Cinder script. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
Power armor troops versus dragon need some serious heavy firepower and numbers. Otherwise, they get.
Yeah.
Answering a question from Chalkfee.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. What about a dragon versus a dragon in dragon power armor?
No, that'd be something
You
else.
really want to invent dragon power armor? Do you think the Wasteland needs to deal with that? No,
It does not need to deal with it, but there are people that want it to deal with it.
All I'm gonna say is, if you got the idea, I am ready to come down for a fit. Have the Duchess send me a letter.
Oh, geez.
Diamondback, but harder to kill.
I kind of covered that in the episode too, where it's like, that's the one, like, the more armor you add to dragons, the less agility they have, especially in the wings. So it's like, that's what makes them such a weak point for everything else, because he doesn't wear the titanium plate armor over his wings.
Oh yeah.
And obviously, you can't fit chainmail around it.
I mean, he probably could, if for nothing else than to cover it a little bit.
It would slow him down, though.
Or use ballistic fiber or something else similar to, at the very least, slow it down.
Chalkfee, there are Pegasus wing shields.
This is true. And Enclave power armor does cover the wings a little bit.
All right. So real quick before I say the last other favorite scene I forgot to mention was anyway. Diamondback versus Mecha Diamondback.
So, Diamondback, you can just go to Uncle Smoke and go and get some mithril, right?
Uncle
Smoke. I could, but you think that I get grumpy in the morning. You should see it, my uncle. Oof.
Yeah, that's a real oof.
Okay, the other favorite scene I forgot to say was Freezy, her beloved. Yes, I'm using the word beloved. And White Coat going down the elevator into the material command, or no, not the. Dang it!
Fort Dead Tree.
Thank you. The Chem Troopers. They go down to the Chem Trooper base. The Chem Troopers shoot the gas, and it's like, okay, this will take care of them. And then Freezy's saying, "My turn."
Oh yeah.
My down. You got to do it with the accent.
My turn. Oui.
Freezy will fuck you up.
Yeah, I got that idea from, well, honestly, that's how I play with Curie in Fallout 4, is I always get for a minigun.
The French speak like we are superior to everyone, because we are.
It's very cute, because she said this is a little waifu, and she's got a really big gun, so.
Waifu with a big gun. I feel like that's basically like that's the description of Confessions of a Wasteland Pony in one sentence.
Yeah.
Waifu with a fun accent and a big gun.
Hey,
The
I
show,
don't carry a
30
gun.
hours.
Hey, I don't carry a gun. I don't need one.
I am the gun.
No, you're the walking flamethrower.
Yeah.
The one and only.
Yeah, because we don't have any other dragons in the group.
Give me a few more years.
Yeah, the fire-breathing pony would be quite impressive. So here's the question. If Diamondback's ambassador's kid, who is basically 1 part dragon and 3 times pony,
Ponies.
were to get together with one of Carmina and Sandstone's kids
Oh my
that
God.
were probably a little bit affected by the eagle mask, what kind of monster would that create?
A monster? Ouch.
That's
I
where
think-
that's where the centaurs come
Overpowered,
from.
you know, that type of monster. Overpowered.
I think what you're looking at is the savior of the wasteland.
Grandma
Step up a
Carmina,
little
why would
bit.
you say that?
Well, yeah, that would be nice. It's the new Jesus. There you go.
What?
Grandma Carmina, can you tell me about Great Uncle Diamondback?
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure that's within the realm of possibility for sure. I mean, you know, if you
Yeah.
scoot forward generations, the world is a bit reset. Everyone, you know, they can kind of like interact more because the world is less threatening. And the blue moon,
Wait.
yes,
Wait. Hold up a second. We're Diamondback in an egg?
Diamondback hatched from an egg. Yes, ovo dominance.
So, would they get an egg?
No, because it's based on the mother. So Diamondback and battered, she would have a normal live birth.
You know that would be kind of odd though. Although she would be cursing Diamondback out at the same time, say, "Dang it! Look what you did to me!"
I'm not used to this. This is very strange.
Real quick, Chuck Feet. Hey, I know I've asked this before, but now that it's complete, how does it feel that this would be a main fic if it wasn't if it was written fiction Skyball?
Yeah, goddamn. I tried to submit the story to Fin Fiction, but no, even still, it's too much of a script, so they rejected it.
They would have to be like.
I mean, I kind of think it's a big one. You know, we're like a major subdivision from Stable Tech and all our music and stuff over the years, but I guess it's just up to the you know, the people's choice what they think of us.
Also, in length, we're up there because Confessions on its own, which is 290,000 words, is I think the 11th longest fic.
I know, and it's fully finished, which most of the big ones didn't.
And if you look at EAST Corp's contribution as a whole, I think you worked it out that we were at what? We were at like the 5th longest fic.
Yeah, because
It's
if you
the
add
EAST Corp universe.
Terminal Secrets is 70-something thousand.
75.
Yeah, and then Wasteland Survival Guide is at like 30, so we're at like 420,000 in total.
Also, is that does that include the Wasteland Survival Guides, everything that we've released so far? Or is that everything that we've, or is that the whole written series that we haven't released?
That include. Oh yeah, that includes. I think if we included everything plus like the Twin Terrors, it'd probably be like 450. I don't know. I didn't actually run the numbers, but it's over 400. I know that much.
It's over 4,000. Sorry.
So we've actually we've written about 400,000 words, well over for the EAST Corp universe. That's fairly solid.
Yeah, I think we have some neat stories.
That puts us firmly like in the top 5 or at least at number 6, I think. For
all right, question. Since we've established EAST Corp as its own universe within the Fallout Equestria universe, does James's story also include EAST Corp being in regular Equestria?
I think Aria Moon is a separate universe.
Yes, Aria Moon is a separate universe. And people keep asking me that. So if you go look at the most recent episode of Aria Moon, you will see that the show now opens with a little thing at the front top saying an EAST Corp original series, because it takes place in its own universe.
Okay, and Terminal Secrets. Terminal Secrets. EAST Corp seems to like working off of Canon Plus. So trying to stick with canon as best they can, but adding more into it.
Isn't that why everything takes place years before the main story?
I think of it like a DLC, basically.
Only we don't charge an arm and a leg.
Yeah. I mean, we would actually make for a good DLC, because we were chatting in the comment section, I think with Kelly at one point, about the fact that both Confessions and Terminals could easily be turned into a DLC-sized mod for a Fallout game.
I mean, the Mercenary was based a fair bit. Its second half was based off of a DLC for New Vegas.
A lot of the DLC stories are some of the best storytelling because they're very well contained.
Exactly. In the case of Mercenary, it was Dead Money. In the case of the Duchess Horror, it was Point Lookout.
A bit of the Pit in The Engineer. There's a bit of whatchamacallit in the Mercenary as well. Nuka World. With the three competing raider clans.
Yeah.
In Fire Valley, we know that the Smoke Dogs pretty much reclaim it. So whatever happened to that bar that Diamondback used to go to all the time and help make the Dragon Brew?
I think it's sort of implied that Rusty was born to the Smoke Devils, even though he just operated it for like anyone. It was sort of similar to Ridgeback, where they came from the Smoke Devils, but they're not like full on LARPy, so they just kind of live within the valley and do their own thing.
Okay.
The non-Smoke Devil ponies were either brainwashed or griffins.
Of course, no one's gonna mess with a dragon's favorite watering hole.
Yeah, exactly. He's the only one that, like, Diamondback kind of learned the recipes from him, but that's still like, simplicity. Just stop there.
And there's more to going to a bar than just good drinks. You got good company too.
I like the idea of him taking Battered there at one point, and Miss Cherry is still there, like winking at him from behind the bar. Who the fuck is that? You stop winking right now.
You were there when I told you the story. You were there when I told you the story. Hey, Cherry.
Well.
All right, Scroll Keeper real quick. So to answer my question, how do I not let my protagonist get eaten by an angry Diamondback, since he has two romantic interests, and how do you write something so that it sounds like three people?
Well, you keep someone from being eaten by an angry Diamondback by not angering the Diamondback. I thought that would be fairly obvious.
Well, would another fairly obvious answer be just to buy a lot of booze, or offer to buy a lot of booze while still alive?
Don't actually, mess with his kids. Very important to him. And you don't want to have to deal with him, his mom, or his kids. Or Battered. If Battered's still kicking, she'll just stab you.
Writing some of their interactions was great too. Like at the very beginning, after they almost die in battle together, then he's just like picking her up and sticking plates of titanium onto her armor to cover up the hole.
You shall be safe.
Like she's a little doll, basically. So great.
Well, compared to him and his thick scales, isn't she kinda fragile?
I mean, yeah, that was the whole point of the misdirect. Then I'm like, this
paper
is the Diamondback kind of thing. He's like a very white lie, just so she's safer.
After all, I can't always use myself as a shield. Well, she's gonna need something to keep her still standing, so she can get back to stabbing people.
And then that gave Maddie a great set of lines too, where then she does early on the voice of both of them, like, yeah, and I gotta keep you from becoming deep fried. So, and that was another thing I really tried to do throughout the episode, is show that transition of it becomes more homage interviewing DJ Pony, the story, as the handing off of the torch of her being the new storyteller.
It's homage proving that she can do the job. What was I gonna say? It's complete. It's gone. No. I'm bad today.
Also, another point of interest is that during the battle, the Blue Moon would have exhausted a lot of its ammunition, so it's like the little bit it has left, it sort of is like a defensive supply. Like, that's another reason they wouldn't then show up and get involved in, like, the battles in Fallout Equestria, is because they've basically got what they have left from their island before it blew up.
And of course, I've got to keep my volcano safe.
Yeah, Diamondback has a colony to protect, and also probably just a little bit of nerve damage from all the abuse he took over the course of the episode.
I'll be fine.
He's gonna have to take a long hibernation at some point after battle.
Right.
You can say that Diamondback has thick skin.
Oh, see, this would be one of the upsides. Going back to the Blue Moon. The Blue Moon is one of the upsides for you modders out there to go do a Confessions mod, because then you can add in the airship and give it to the player.
Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah, that was another great thing, is to finally have art. Where the hell is... There it is. Finally have art of the oranges, and to finally show them, like, with the Blue Moon.
Yes!
And
His mustache was cute.
Chuckfee, you do know that Confessions actually takes place about 2 years before Pip walks out of Stable 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the idea is that it was the ending of the series that's 2 years before. So, it's 2 years in, like, quotation marks, because the actual story of Confessions takes place over, like, 8 months. So I tried to, like, be close enough, but still offer wiggle room for, timeline purposes.
Guys, I'm gonna need to step away for a bit, but I'll try to be back as quick as I can.
No problem.
Yay!
All right. I'll be around, but I'm not gonna be around.
That was another great thing too in the actual stream, which was so great to watch people's reactions live. Was really great. There's like 30 to 40 people there the whole time, and once this art came on the screen, people were interested to see what they looked like and everything. And then over time, seeing it slowly crumple away into sepia tone and like harsh reds, then they're like, "Oh wait, something's going on here."
Thing I was kind of curious about in their relationship, because like, I got very confused. Like, did he actually love his wife, or was it more like just a sign of respect of marrying her? That was I got quite confused about.
I think it was really love, because it definitely, like, she's the last thing he tries to protect at the very end, but they both, it's sort of like a mutual, like, they're both, business tycoons. Like, for anyone who saw the Superman Red Sun movie, or I guess read, the story years ago, it's sort of like the relationship between Lex Luthor and Lois Lane and that, where they do have, a bit of, like, that love, but it's very much more on, like, a professional, like, compatibility level. Maybe an
I feel-
old-fashioned view of love, not like the opposite of like Frisian Chrysanthemum, where rather than being the flame of passion always being fed, it's more of like this long-term contract that, you know, pays through the generations.
I'm busy looking at the stream's live comment section from the episode. At that part with the sepia tone to see the comments, and while those are there, but there's also Chris being angry in the stream. So you've got her anger is stronger than death. Angry pony noises.
There was that other guy in there who was very, very upset. He was definitely a Chris Carmina waifu fan.
Was that AJ?
Oh, might have been. I don't know. It was someone in there as soon as you both died.
That seems like it was probably AJ, because he's also in the he's in the comment sections for all the Aria Moon episodes, explaining to the non-believers why Fidget is the best character. Because sounds like Chris.
I mean, we can all agree Fidget is the best character.
Poor
I
Maddie.
mean, yeah, Maddie. The show's named for Maddie's character.
Yes, but you've got Chris being adorable.
That was the literal premise of that character, was how do we take a character whose entire life goal is to be as happy and upbeat as possible. She sees the world do something cruel, evil, and her conclusion when she sees someone do something mean or bad is, well, I've just got to be even nicer and kinder to balance the scales. Cool.
Oh boy.
Which, you know, that's literally just our Chris.
I'm happy if I can bring a smile or two. That I'm happy for. But the thing is, I think Fidget would be the only character I can actually improvise with, because.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Is
yeah,
a lot of your lines are improvised.
Yeah, it's just like I have lines, but they rarely come out as they're supposed to.
You're like the genie from Aladdin.
Aw,
Yes,
thank
exactly.
you. Honestly, thank you. That's the best compliment I've ever gotten about voice acting. Thank you.
Right? Well,
Oh my gosh.
There used to be, I don't even remember, there was a movie where the actors' lines were funnier than any writers could write. So eventually what the writers did was they changed the scripts to say, this character talks... it was Treasure Planet, not Treasure Planet, Atlantis. With one of the characters there, they would say, this character talks about his past. And they'd give basic plot beats for what happened in this person's past, and they would just give it to the actor. They'd say, "Look, all of your ad-libs are funnier than anything we'd write, so just go ahead. Here's your cliff notes."
Oh, I hope it's the
Right.
French
The bomb
explosives
guy?
guy, because he was amazing.
Yeah.
It was. Yes, that was it.
They also did that with the janitor of Scrubs.
Really?
Yes, every single thing he said was ad-libbed.
Nice.
Including the fact that no one ever asked his name.
Oh, God.
Everything he would say was ad-libbed, because they hired a professional comedian who was a hell of a lot funnier than the actual show writers. He would ignore what the script was to ad-lib his own lines.
See, I've got to imagine that when you, I don't know if any of you have ever thought about this before, but when you see a writer who's also they do voice acting or normal acting, and that you see a really talented writer working on a show or on a movie that is clearly below their own writing level, and you've got to imagine what's going through their head when they're sitting down reading the lines, and they're like, do I say what they've written, or do I say a version that's better than this? Because this is okay, grit your teeth. Grit your teeth, it's a paycheck. I'm gonna be professional.
It honestly depends on the director. I've actually been in a situation like that myself, though that was years and years ago. Before EAST Corp, actually. Oh,
Um,
dear.
What happened?
Chockley's got a statement that I think would make for an interesting question, Sky.
Guy is
what
be right
is-
back.
Oh, is he BRBing? Okay.
He-
Cinder, you had a story? It felt like you were going to segue, but then you didn't. Do you want to?
Do you really want me to talk about another one of my failed project stories?
I mean, I literally opened up a stream once and read a whole bunch of scripts from a failed machinima I tried to do for 3 hours. So this is nothing new to the channel.
And then
Well, if I'm gonna do that, I should probably switch over to the appropriate voice. You see, way back when, before I found EAST Corp, I ended up spending a while bouncing around between project to project. One of my favorites to join up with were Fallout Equestria ones. Things trying to fully cast the series and do an audiobook, similar to what we do now. So I cast as Calamity for once. Don't know why it's so hard for me to get cast as him, but well, there you go. Anyway.
Calamity voice.
Well, if that's really what you want, I can certainly oblige.
Yay!
Regardless, this was another one of those cases where the director didn't really know what the hell he was doing. So I ended up altering one of Calamity's lines because while it flowed well, because K-Cat's a damn good writer, it felt more natural to give a slight alteration. The next thing I know, out of the 2 takes I sent in, this 1 take ended up. Well, actually, I'll get to that. I'll get to that in a moment, Chakvi. But this 1 take I did had a slightly altered line. The next thing I know, this guy's going apeshit on me and shouting up a storm. Drags me into a Skype call, because this is back when people actually used Skype, and just spends the next 10 minutes railing at me. Needless to say, after that, I told him, you can go do some very unpleasant things with a cactus, and left the group. Last I heard, they didn't last 2 weeks before the whole project fell apart.
How is that not surprising? And that's really more than anything the story of a lot of these projects is just finish it. Finish something. Have some kind of actual conclusion to your thing that you're doing.
See, the big problem I've noticed is a lot of the times you either get people who just ain't cut out to be a director, or you get a cast that's made out of their friends, which is, it don't work out. You need a cast that can actually do the project. This is speaking from someone who ended up leading a fair few projects that ended up just saying, you know what, to hell with it, and the project falling apart. Because I never started going into these projects as the director. With Shotgun Angel, I actually am going into it as director from the word go. So these projects tend to work out a hell of a lot better because you got someone competent at the wheel. A lot of this I learned from watching Vermont and Skybolt, of course.
And she's done such a great job. Obviously, you should subscribe to Shotgun Angel Productions for the Dead Tree audiobook and check out some of the music too. It's pretty cool.
Oh.
Yeah, definitely check out the music. We haven't jerked Kelly off on the stream yet. So.
You know what? That's right. We really do need to make Kelly feel appreciated.
Again.
I mean, it's Kelly. Kelly deserves all the appreciation. Seriously, it's because of Kelly that we have the music.
Oh, it helped because we recently we got an we for anyone here who somehow hasn't listened to it yet, Kelly recently dropped 2 weeks ago the soundtrack for the Terminal Secrets finale. There is 18 minutes of Kelly music. Well, 18 minutes including including Skybolt singing his version of Country Roads.
Yay.
Sorry, it was just such a.
Once the stream comes back on, I got a question for Sky.
It's up.
There we go. We're back up. Okay. We do have Sky back, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Chuck V was saying something a little earlier that made me think it could be retooled into a interesting question. So he was talking about improvisation. From that sort of when he writes, he likes to leave room for improvisation. Now, for me personally, it depends on the character and it depends on the context and it depends on the production. But what is your stance? What has your stance been in confessions of VAs improvising?
I take sort of a loose-ish approach in terms of like the pronunciation of the lines, I guess. Like if people change like context or some of the the way the line is delivered, like, you know, rather than, oh, you know, I went to the new building or versus we went into the new building. Like, I'm really not a hardliner with like, I guess the pronouns or whatnot, but generally it's it depends on the lines, whether it's like whether there's like some kind of story thing in there or not. Like there are 1 or 2 times where I had to get a line redone because it like inverted the purpose of like a storytelling device or something. So I guess it's mainly because I just like I try to put a lot of little like world building stuff into each line, you know, make them all have a utility. So I guess I've never written just raw comedy or something like that where it would fit most for improvisation.
So all the time I screwed up the world, sickles.
Yeah, mostly the improvisation comes in characterization, which is what everyone really brought into the story with their own like intonations and the way, like, you know, the interactions went between multiple characters.
Yeah, I always find kind of an interesting thing. I usually, in the past, I've tried to be really sort of heavy-handed on preventing improvisation, but I think it's such a situational thing. With most of the time, it's more of it is like I wrote it that way for a reason. You have to say it that way. It's important. I think now sort of the only time where I've actually let back but only because it's not important. To the overall thing. For the most part, it's still a majority no improvisation unless it's characterization.
I was about to say, Jam, you have no right to say you're not up for improvisation. Improvisation.
That is the only situation. No, there are 2 situations. There's you in Aria Moon and Cinder in Untypical. It was the only cases where I've been like, I'm okay with improvisation because you kind of just became the characters, or you are the characters.
Oh, well, ain't that just sweet? Speaking of, I'm waiting for more. I'm waiting for you to let me have a little more fun. Are you scared of letting Fade back out to play?
No, I just haven't written season 2 yet. We're still trying to produce season 1.
Woo!
Oh, that's fair. You know what? I should go back and re-record all that. I'm sure that wouldn't drive you crazy.
Kelly would actually kill you.
Wait, though.
I have never seen him angry, or I've never heard him raise his voice. He doesn't seem like he's prone to violence, but I think he would actually.
Teacups begins to shake. Boy, what you doing, mate?
I spent so long getting that into position. You hear me? God, my governor.
Well, I don't
By
think
the
he would.
queen.
She is
Monocle
kind of
pop-
his boss.
No, you just see Kelly, and then just the monocle pops off.
Like the
That's
mustache
sign
twitches.
of murderous rage.
And then you start hearing Italian heavy metal music in the background. You know, boss battle music.
It'd be like
Yeah,
60s like Brit rock, like Sex Pistols.
Although that being said, if pissing off Kelly got Italian heavy metal music out of him, I'd actually be completely fine with that, because if you go and look at the EAST Corp analytics, I think 5 out of our top 10 videos in terms of views for the last month have all been soundtracks or songs. Like Confessions is currently sitting at the number 2 most viewed thing for the month, still behind fucking Everybody Knows.
Yeah.
Which just, I think that's sitting at that gets about a solid couple thousand views a month.
That's gonna hit 6 digits first by far.
No, that's on. I think it's about to hit 80,000 views now.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Speaking of which, I guess we could also talk about the finale, like after the deaths, quote unquote, getting into the big lore chunk at the very end. What did people think about the Project Mercury? How everything turned out as far as that goes?
That was a surprise.
Kind of like, wait, did Carmina and White Coat work with something like that? Because that sounds like the pyramid stuffy that I had so much trouble pronouncing. You know, when they were down in that basement kind of thing, and I like.
Oh, the transmitter thingy.
Yeah, that I know speak.
Dipole module.
Oh yeah, the dipole models. That's right.
What was it you always called them, Chris?
Deep dead. I don't know.
Stuffies.
Stuffies, yes, it's stuffies. If I don't know the name, I say stuffies.
The stuffies, not thingies.
Stuffies. It's always stuffies.
It sounds cuter that way.
Okay, I'll have to remember that one. I've always heard it's like, if you don't know anything, just call it a thingamajig or what's who's it.
Yeah, stuffies. But what did I say? Did I say like that Deadpool model or something?
It was something like that.
Yeah.
The origin of TikTok's name from that Project Mercury sequence toward the end was like, oh my god.
Wasn't that a mind blow? Just like the elf transmitters. It was an acronym the whole time.
That's a fucking acronym.
Instead of an actual individual, it was a place the whole damn time.
TikTok, and fucking God, what the fuck are you doing? My heart, my mind, my poor head.
Looks like we do have one question, and this one's for you, right?
For who?
And this one's for you, Skybolt.
Wait, what now?
Oh, we have a question.
Which one? I'm trying to look.
It's pretty simple. Did you ever release a translation of that damn cuneiform thing?
Oh, someone guessed that at one point, but Harvest Orange says it. It's at the very end of his. It's the chant for like transferring control of it over to someone else. The what was it? The silence bit. Damn it! Let me pull up the script. I can't remember it now.
Oh, speak the word or silence forever be heard.
Is
Fuck,
it
let me pull it up.
wedding stuff?
I just heard it a little bit ago before I came in earlier for this.
Okay, I'm probably gonna have to get going soon. You mentioned there were questions?
Yeah, we went through most of them. Favorite part from the finale for your character, and then not your character, which would have been...
Part of not your character, because I think you said what your favorite part was.
Yeah, I gave my favorite part for both.
Favorite ship, I guess, besides your own?
I mean, you already know this. Because the cutest love story, Forever Flying.
Freezy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Duh.
Do
I need to throw something at you?
That's gonna be an oppressive.
Here's a plate of Chris's cookies you can throw at Skyball. Here's some bricks. Here's some of James' records.
I think I like Chris and Freezy, but I gotta say, Loudspeaker and Rose Petal been rooting for that pick since the Duchess horror.
That's been a long time.
Yeah, that is also a really good ship.
Although I say rooting for that ship as if it wasn't like the worst kept secret in the Wasteland.
He's not subtle.
I mean, did
Especially
you
when you get
see
to-
did you see the way she was looking at him while painting?
My favorite, or the fact that she firstly when she's painting, she's showing her butt to him all times. But I love the one of my favorite confessions remains the opening to The Engineer, where DJ Pony is talking. Wait, no, was it The Engineer or the Duchess Horror at the beginning of it? Where he's talking about watching Rose Petal strut her stuff down the hallways, and at one point Horror is like, "Yeah, you're gonna pay for that if she finds out again that you're talking about her ass." And
oh yeah, that's The Engineer.
and I love the implication from that this isn't the first time between episodes that he's spoken about her.
I guess he is that a common flirt thing?
No,
I don't. That's why I'm asking.
DJ Pony likes butts.
It can be a common flirt, but it could also be looked down upon, especially if the wrong ears hear what the other person was talking about.
Let's just say that the DJ has quite an appreciation for the Duchess's finer qualities. All of them.
Well, it's a little bit of tongue-in-cheek because her story revolved around her royal seal, which is on her royal seal. And then also it's a reference to the very first line in the first episode where he talks about, I don't know, the broadcasting station being like, fine piece of ass or something like that.
Oh, yes, this fine piece of pre-war broadcasting ass.
Yes, that's right.
God. How do I remember it by heart? Like, word for word?
Because it's something we enjoyed.
Okay, what did I just start?
You grabbed a random can and opened it, and a bunch of worms are coming out.
No, this is not a bunch of worms. This is a bunch of bungee jumping kangaroos.
A bunch of butts.
That's a new one.
That's a vivid image.
That's a big can. That's a big can. Unless it's a little one.
That's what we call family size.
No. That's what we call you push a button that you think is gonna open the door, but it opens the floor.
Oh, nice.
Also, I would like to report that it is kind of decisive as it currently stands. With 16 votes cast, Battered Blade is officially Confessions of Wasteland Pony's best girl.
All right.
16 votes in
I
Battered
told
has-
you. I told you all I had the best.
62%
now
of the vote.
Sorry.
Dang it, I wish Shadow was here. That way she can, react in Batter Blade's voice.
Mm.
Yeah. But at least now we know that Diamondback have something of truly value, since she now has been officially called the best girl in the Wasteland. So he has a true treasure outside his personal value. Or her
We are now going to put up, as Skybolt suggested, a much, much more important poll, which is the best ship. Which means we need to...
ourselves?
Okay. Battered Blade, Diamondback. For the sake of spoilers, because this is going out to the community channel, I'm going to say Rose Petal and DJ Pony.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
going to
fine.
say loudspeaker. Rose Petal / DJ Pony. Freezy / Chris. Who am I missing it? Oh, I suppose I should put the oranges on.
Oh, yeah.
Harvest, Orange / what was his?
Valencia.
What was her name again?
Valencia.
Thank you. How do I spell that?
VALENCIA.
Did you already put Carmina and Sandstone up there?
That's coming up now.
Okay.
I just saw the poll from the last one. I saw Carmina has 0, Rose Petal has 6, Freesure has 12, Amberhorn has 18, and Battleblade have 65.
Also, we are very sorry. All the monsters who didn't vote for Carmina.
Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think it fits because basically who's best girl is also who's your favorite girl, and Carmina doesn't want to be anyone else's favorite girl than Sandstone, so I guess that's quite fitting.
Carmina has her.
I think ironically, she probably has the least sort of, romantic pieces of her episodes. Like the biggest romance subplot is actually in The Ranger, which is their little surprise scene at the end, which isn't in your episode.
I mean, you say that, but I spend most of the mercenary flirting.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
with that. Yeah.
If we put Diamondback in the best girl, I think Diamondback would win.
Well, of course. After all, everyone here has an eye for quality.
All right, it's up. Go vote for your favorite ships.
What would be Carmina's reaction to to Sandstone talking about the train depot if she ever heard that episode?
I think that's one of those things where a first year anniversary gift or whatever, DJ Pony would just send the tape and she's just listening to it in the wait. You told that story?
Just excuse you, honey?
Yeah, because she wouldn't have heard it live, so that would be a surprise.
Well, Carmina, at the time, I honestly didn't know. I mean, hey, I didn't know you were still around. I mean, I'm going to go outside now.
Yeah, maybe you should. Let me follow you. I'm taking this outside.
Get running, Buck. Get running.
Let's see. Skybolt already answered this in the chat, but Mouse Gray Eagle. Like I said, okay, no, that wasn't it. It wasn't him. My bad. Choke V, there we go. I think this means that Skybolt is also a butt guy. Talking about the Duchess earlier.
Which is funny because I'm not actually. I'm much more so the opposite. It's just made for good lines. It's just fun to write, and it's more pronounced on horses than the other thing.
I mean, not everyone's characters sort of reflect who they are, who you are once you write them. Or at least I would hope not, considering that my character in Terminal Secret is Dr. Fractal, and I pray I'm nothing like him. Meanest character I've ever written.
Scroll Keeper. All ships are the best.
I approve.
it depends on who you ask.
I think that Confessions has a lot of very good ships. I love the couples. The couples get a happy ending.
I'm a sappy motherfucker. That's all I can say.
Yeah, they
Well,
get a
that was
happy
like-
ending.
So
They
you're
ain't
a
written
Hallmark
by
guy?
you, Amon.
I mean,
You're a
to be
Hallmark
fair,
guy, Skybolt?
Well, you know what it is? I blame like most of my creative stuff. It's growing up with stuff like Beauty and the Beast and like all these like very over the top love stories.
I mean, it kind of makes it like the fact that Skybolt is sappy makes complete sense. If you go back to EAST Corp Productions, the very first podcast, the very first episode of the Break Room podcast is titled "Where's the Love?" because the episode is Skybolt talking about the fact that TV shows, specifically in Rooster Teeth shows, don't get happy endings.
Aw.
And I can see that season 13, it was a good ending. It just wasn't an ending that I liked. So
Because I also remember from that, I was busy making, I'm busy working on a new channel trailer for EAST Corp to show off. And I was going through the break room to look for the first episode to look for some stuff. And sure enough, there's, no, it wasn't break room. It was the last episode of Stable Talk.
oh god.
Where we got into an argument over the ending to season 13.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, on my end, you're cutting in and out. So season
I just
13
felt so bad for Tex in church. I wanted them to have a happy
right.
ending after, in my formative years growing up with that story as a teenager. And nope, they're both dead.
Well, of course, they're Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, I guess so. They're both dead and Bernie's fled the country.
Skybolt.
Oh God, yes, because Bernie's now leaving America.
Yeah.
He's done.
I do dig the title of his book announcing it was GG New Map.
Yeah. That was great.
Chris, you were saying something?
Yeah, thank you. Skybolt, since you took a lot of inspiration from like Beauty and the Beast, that kind of stuff, there is a meme, I think it's called, going around with Beauty and the Beast about the Beast showing Belle his giant library, and she like, "Whoa, I've never seen so many books in my life," and he's like, "Oh, you like them? It's yours." Disney putting what's it called? Putting ridiculously high standard for a boyfriend giving gifts to girlfriends since 1990, whenever the
Yeah, no
Ooh, that
kidding.
is a
We're
good
not
point.
all princes.
We cannot all give libraries. Although, personally, I think that a date to a bookshop would be a fantastic date idea.
Yeah, that would also tell you a lot about the person.
Because I once saw someone. There was a post I saw online somewhere about how, if someone the usual sort of method is that you see in fiction is someone saying, "Hey, let me get you a drink at this bar that we're at." But a far more romantic, albeit way more expensive option is, "Hey, we're at a bookstore together. Let me get you this book. Also, hi, my name is Todd."
Oh, look, it's the complete Garfield. My favorite book.
I'm gonna buy you the autobiography of Todd Howard.
You're such a Monday.
Wait, so you're just buying them a copy of Skyrim?
It's just Skyrim
Okay,
that you play on paper.
All right, real quick. I hate being half asleep. Cinder,
Yeah. So
you said you needed to get going somewhere. Skybolt, what was the other questions?
I think that's everything. It's just favorite scene. What do you think would go on after the finale? Which we've already kind of joked about. What's the future for Diamondback and Battered Blade? What would you
I
like to
think
see happen with everyone?
I think the next thing Diamondback's really aiming at is making sure his volcano's safe, making sure the prize of his hoard is safe, getting back to being able to, walk around under his own power and try to wake his mom up. Because he kind of left her there for so long. It's about time he actually wakes her up.
You gotta have hope.
After all, she needs to meet someone important to her.
I like the idea of like a joke awakening where he's like, "Hey Ma, you're a grandmother now." What? And she just pops her eyes open.
She's like, wait a minute, how long have I been asleep?
I think that would have been sweet.
I can't wait for Ember to find out that she's not just grandmother to Diamondback child, she's grandmother to half the dragon.
Say that again, you cut off.
As in, Ember, you've got Ember surprised in finding out that she is the grandmother to Diamondback and Battered Blade's child. But imagine her reaction when she finds out that she's also grandmother to half the dragons in the Wasteland now.
Yeah, pretty much. You gotta Adam and Eve, this shit.
20 years later, you find the Goldstone Calderas a lot more populated by dragons. What can I say? The Smoke Devils were a big fan.
Oh my god, that would be quite the alternate scenario.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to start running before BB catches up. You gotta let her run herself out after annoying her, otherwise she'll keep chasing you until she catches you. You don't want her to catch you. Well, you don't want her to catch you. If you'll excuse me.
Thank you for joining us, Cinder. We appreciate it.
Have a great one.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
See you around.
Yeah, I'm always willing to come back. I'll see once I'm done. If you guys are still going, I'll pop back in.
Yeah, we'll be here until 1 at least.
Yeah, otherwise, I'll see you all I'll see you all later. And also, I can announce something that I wanted to announce.
Woo!
So I'm running a new project I'm directing a new project, which is an audio drama of our usual quality as a collaboration with EAST Corp. This is The Things Tavi Says by Short Skirts and Explosions.
Woo!
Our Octavia is Wubcake.
Woo!
And our vinyl scratch is Maddie.
All right.
Nice.
The rest of the cast, you'll have to wait to find out.
Maddie will voice everything. That's the singularity. I think that the EAST Corp singularity is when everyone is Maddie.
I mean, also, clearly, I need to find a way to have Chris in it, too.
Naturally.
What?
And on that, and on the embarrassed Chris noises, and I wish you all adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Just
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Fantastic.
Lovely.
Woo!
Let's see in the chat. Scroll Keeper. This chat is no longer safe for Chris. What? How?
Hey, what did I do?
No,
No,
while we were talking about Diamondback's exploits.
Eh? Where?
Yeah, we kept it vague so that it would remain safe for. It's okay.
It worked out well.
Okay, because all I see is like Squirrel likes all the ships, even shipping ships, shipping shipments of ships, shipping ships.
Ships, even shipping ships, shipping shipments of shipping ships, shipping ships.
Sounds
Oh,
like Mary
damn.
Poppins.
So I guess for the rest of you, what was your favorite part from the finale that wasn't about your characters?
Explosions.
I was about to say sandstone, but that's wrong.
Say again?
No, I was about to say sandstone. You can't mean that, but that's not sandstone. That's web shooting.
That was me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Favorite parts that wasn't my character. There's quite a bit. No, I think I already answered that question with Freezy, her beloved, and White Coat.
Oh, that's
going,
right.
Yeah, going into the base, and then the Chem Corps, they tried to use the gas on him, and she's like, "My turn." Let's see. Any other favorite parts?
Personally, I absolutely love
Are we not buffering anymore?
Yeah, actually, before I continue with that statement, waiting to see if the buffering. There we go. So just in case the buffer, it was during the buffer. I was saying the how we enjoy the fact that Skybolt's last line in Confessions is about staying up too late and needing a cup of coffee.
It's so appropriate. That's how so much of the writing happened.
Right? We're in that metatextual shit right here. I mean, I also kind of get the desire to do so. Like in the whole reason in the Terminal Secrets finale that I chose to have, well, not the whole reason. There were one of the whole reasons that I chose to have in the Terminal Secrets finale it be Freezy and Chrysanthemum was specifically because I wanted to have I wanted to have myself be in the scene so that I could have parting words that weren't maniacal laughter.
Oh yeah, that is nice.
And that could sort of fit in that metatextual sort of thing with Chrysanthemum being like, yes, you should always open the book as referring to Kill the World philosophy of Fractal and to, all out Equestria itself. I
mean, Chrysanthemum has a wonderful conclusion in the Ice Mare. You can't top that.
Well, I think it's a good thing we didn't have. It's a good thing that Carmina wasn't there at the time, because it's like as they are reuniting, and you've got Freezy being like, "Oh, I am about to make this place very much not safe for Chris. We are going to do the things on the microphone."
They're, what's the right word? Exhibitionist.
I just don't think Freezy gives a fuck.
No, they really don't. And that was part of the misdirect too. Then in the scene where where DJ Pony's messing with Homage about like, how could you ask such a thing? They were trapped there, being watched by robots.
Oh boy, yeah. Happy you didn't go in details.
No details, but we got the gist of it. Basically, robots or not, they still pass the time a certain way.
Yeah, but I also kind of imagine that they use the boxes to get some privacy. When you're a kid and you stock things in a circle and you stay in the circle.
There you go. They had a little box for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Box for... Oh my
Box
god! Quick, somebody draw fan art.
Oh my gosh!
Chrysanthemum and Freezy in a box fort. Also, while we're getting Chrysanthemum and Freezy fan art, I personally would like fan art of Freezy meeting Somnambula and Chrysanthemum in the background having a nosebleed.
Somnambula was pretty great.
You cut on my end. Freezy, what?
Freezy and Somnambula meeting, and Chrysanthemum's like in the background having a mental freak out while his nose is bleeding. At the meeting of the two French waifus.
That was part of the reason I made Well, for story reasons, of course, but why I wanted Valencia Orange to be, saddle Arabian or a desert Egypt horse. Well, for the sake of the glow paths and, it's a cute look. It looks very nice.
She does. Also, it is. I gotta say, I was not expecting this, but just pop back to the poll, and we have Chrysanthemum and Freezy with no vote. Battered Blade and Diamondback with 0%. Rose Petal and Loudspeaker / DJ Pony as thing at 17%. Harvest Orange and Valencia at second place with 33%. Obviously, Carmina and Stan have 50% of the vote.
Yay!
They're the what vote?
50%. So
Nice.
as
Yeah,
it
high
currently stands, they are. It's only been 20 minutes, but they are the most beloved ship of the last few.
So Carmina is the least popular girl, but she insists.
Best relationship.
Yeah. I am very happy about this.
They do have a wonderful relationship.
Yeah. Sandstone is good. Is very, very good husband.
Husbando.
That's good. But can you call him husbando when he is clearly very taken?
Yeah, I don't know the technical terms.
Well, look, if anything, he's Carmina's husbando.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's
You'll
that's
take
the thing
your
I have
hands
to
off
say.
husbando.
Yeah.
Is my husbando, yes? That's my
Yes.
attempt at how did I
Sorry.
do? That's my attempt at your accent.
One more time.
I just wanted to have the husbando for myself.
I just want to have my husbando all to myself.
I just want to have my husbando all to myself.
I think you're pushing it a bit too much with that.
Just a little bit.
But
I
quite
just want to
close.
have my husbando all to myself. No, I lost it.
Why are you guys going Arabian?
We do not know.
Well, he's got
Because now
Sypha
I'm
in
just-
mind too. It's not Arabian, it's
Yeah.
Romanian.
I'm just leading into. I'm leading towards Cypher now.
We all
You
thinking
are
Sypha.
tricky now.
All right, I'm gonna read the chat real fast. Let's see.
Wait, before you do that, I just gotta say something. When I started voice acting and stuff, and it actually started to hit off with the Carmina episode, I had the conversation with my dearest where I said we had to talk about like waifus and husbandos and stuff, and I asked him like, you have seen a lot of anime. What's your waifu? And he just looks at me like, you're my waifu, aren't you?
Oh, good
Oh.
answer.
Good save. Good save.
Good answer.
Yeah, so that was kind of made my heart melt a little bit. So it was kind of funny since
He
it
could
was
prove
similar
it though
situation.
by purchasing the episodes on Bandcamp. Have him prove his love.
He has proved his love plenty already in real
Oof.
life, but
He
um,
proves it again by buying all the Carmina figurines.
He can prove his love by
Figurines.
buying our Carmina merch or our red band, which I
Do
do
we,
not think
do
we
we
currently
have that?
we don't have Carmina merch at the moment. I think we've got Sandstone.
Wait, we do have the Outpost picture. I got a shirt with this on it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we do have this.
I was
Okay,
just like,
okay.
okay, when did we start having statues?
I would love figurines. I would actually almost like that more than plushies in some cases.
Oh yeah, big time. I love
Vision.
personally. I would love a figure. I want the Stella figurine, but when I say Stella figurine, I mean like the mainframe room,
Oh yeah.
like
Oh,
that
wow.
that we had drawn. I want that recreated. Also, for the record, while we were talking, so I was thinking, going back to this is a weird tangent. Going back to if you were to turn EAST Corp into Fallout DLC, and know how you do it for Terminal Secrets. But because Stella but Stella spoke before on having sort of like that the stable had agents who they would send out into the wasteland to go to decommission stables and recover information that couldn't be got through their link, like some went pink and stable. And you could arguably set up a a mod like that where you stumble into stable control. You know, you've got that room, the Stella AI and the big GLaDOS arm, and her sending you out to all the different vaults to get shit, and slowly uncovering why there are all these fucking dead ponies everywhere.
And then they die because there's still gas in there.
Someone go out there.
Someone forgot to pack their gas mask again.
We did a whoopsie. Sorry.
That would be great.
Yeah. For the record, I think you could probably also do a really good, like, you could probably do a really good to get confessions in, things like more of an after the fact search, like if you've got someone who is following the aftermath events in the show, where you go to a place, and once you're there, you get access to a piece of the confessions broadcast that explains what happened there, what the characters that occurred, that kind of like working it out.
Yeah, it's like a recorded snippet that someone takes, like they recorded it on their own PipBuck.
Exactly.
I don't know why. I honestly don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm tired, or I played the game a while back. But us talking about the DLC video game and all that, I can't help but imagine a ponified version of Leon Kennedy going out of Stable X just to go retrieve stuff from other stables.
What, from Resident Evil?
Yep.
That's certainly a connection to make.
Yeah, I know.
Since, unfortunately, I don't think Oakheart is going to show up. I guess I could talk a little bit about Amber's story, too, since I think this kind of would have been, like, expected from people, where it was, like, hers is the big story that was unresolved, so obviously this would have to be, the end of her story.
In a lot of ways, this is the Engineer Part 2.
Yeah. And that was so great, too, was just to give more direct characterization to her Aunt Abalone, because that was, again, one of the major teases from her episode was the fact that she's the only family left, and Amber just kind of puts her in charge and then leaves. Like, just leaves her alone with everyone else. It's like how much that would have played upon her psyche as badly as Amber's.
Oh, you have the responsibility. See ya! Basically.
Yeah, Amber be like, I am outies.
And it was on top of the fact that she didn't even like the place, and she didn't care about the robots or really most of their other people either. She just cares about Amber, and that's the one thing she could never bring back. So, I wanted to establish that, and then the whole internal dialogue of, do we give up our home that we fought for 20 years just for the sake of one girl who left on her own, which is a big deal for them because it's like you weren't supposed to leave. So that was
Amber.
Sorry.
But no, I was just saying, gosh darn it, Amber.
I know. Yeah, so it's just like setting up the whole that internal like debate with for tension and everything to see is like, is she really gonna hand over control and risk it or not? But ultimately Amber didn't want to take that risk. She didn't think she was worth, sentencing the whole wasteland to despair by giving this crazy demon spirit thing control of this big weapons factory. So yeah, it was really great. I really enjoyed, especially her whole bit after the call where they're talking about her assassination attempt and the whole heartwarming subplot. That was really great.
I have a question for you, Skyball.
Yes.
where did the idea for the demon come in? Was it from something from the past, or I mean, obviously something from that. Was it from a specific book, movie, like the second Pacific Rim movie?
So yeah, I mean, obviously it's very heavily inspired by the whole. The initial inspiration was the Krivbeknia and Dunwich horror subplot of Fallout 3, because you remember the overstory was getting settled when I was producing the Duchess horror, and so that was the first real stepping stone of like, you know, setting up sort of the principles of magic in the world and like how that all worked together and the underlying like runic magics and stuff. And having the idea of like this prison, basically, that the obelisk wouldn't just be a gateway, but it would end up being like something to trap a demon in the world, and how that would connect with EAST Corp and everything. And then later on, when Fallout 4 came out, with the whole Cabot House and Lorenzo subplot, I thought, oh, this is the cherry on top. I gotta work this in where Project Mercury and the Crown and all that good stuff, because I just absolutely love all that deep lore from new Fallout 4.
I think it came across quite well.
And it seemed to surprise people, which was good. I tried to throw in enough misdirects that it wouldn't feel slighted, like it was, you know, cheap, but I tried to make it, you know, curious enough where you would be as surprised as the characters, where it's like, wait, this isn't the bones of Harvest Orange, it's Two Coat. So.
Yeah, that threw me by surprise, along with the appearance of the demon, and it's like, wait a second, what? Where did you come from?
Yeah.
I don't remember summoning you.
Whoopsie doodle. It's like, you know, obviously the first problem was playing with the big evil crown in the first place.
Yeah, as soon as Loudspeaker and Homage, or DJ and Homage were talking about that, I'm like, oh, so this is where all the garbage started. Okay.
Excuse me, kind demon sir. You were not invited to this party. I request your invitation.
And that's why I thought it would be so appropriate to show, like, you know, show what Harvest Orange would play and all it by literally having an assemblage of his final recordings of you know, explaining the situation, basically. And thank you to Lucas, again, for coming back as Harvest Orange to do that. That worked out really well.
I tried to get Screwy to join us, but he seemed to be too busy.
Oh yeah, that's all right. I mean, it's, you know, a handful of lines for him. I doubt he's even listened to any of Confessions or anything. So,
Lieutenant Darkseeker Antique. All right, which pony tried learning speak in Latin?
Well, and that was the thing too that I tried to establish, that they're basically different, you know, different kinds of evil magic that both companies would take to build their products, with the cuneiform versus the Fulthark, you know, glyphs.
That kind of reminds me of some of the series of Kamen Rider, where the good guy has his powers, and then later on you learn that his powers are from the bad guys, or at least a version of the bad guys that was supposed to add more to it, but then ends up being used for good to use against them.
Exactly. And I mentioned this too, you know, wrapping up all the last story elements from the finale, because I don't think I'll change the Wikia much at all, because not only did I archive what I'd already written, but I don't want to put spoilers on there in any form, just to encourage, you know, viewership or people download the scripts or whatever. But the one page I did add was for Burnstone Bypass, and the reason for that is that I wanted to put in there the behind the scenes, where that whole thing was inspired by Silent Hill and Centralia, Pennsylvania. The idea that it's, you know, this small community that was in the middle of a freeway, and then something very dark and evil lives deep beneath it, you know, always burning, so to speak. Because that was the whole, that was the implication of the every story. All of these, the blue and magenta graphics, is the magenta was the demon spirit living inside of the blue EAST Corp technology. And that's the symbolism I really tried to get across in all these different things. Yeah, so that's, you know, burnstone, as in Centralia's, you know, coal fire burnstone bypass. So that's the backstory of that.
I don't know why, but for some reason I kept thinking about like the what ifs. Like, what if the demon succeeded? Would it just be the Sentinels as planned, or would there be more to it? Like in the second Pacific Rim movie, where a lot of the Jaegers ended up turning into half Jaeger, half kaiju creatures.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I never saw the second Pacific Rim, but
You didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. My friend and I, and his friends, we went and saw it, and he had like a bunch of figures from the movie. He was like, "Okay, pick a figure. Which one do you think is gonna last? Which one do you think is gonna get killed off right off the bat? Like the three-handed one from the first movie." And it's like, "Okay, I'll take this one." Anyway, but no, there was some. It's okay, but there's some dumb things that they do. It's like that makes you go, wait a minute, whoever wrote this, did you even pay attention to the script of the first movie?
Exactly. No, the idea was, and you know, they spell it out where it's like he probably wouldn't need to then brainwash ponies anymore in the literal sense, because you know, the demon thrived off of this idea of ruling. To have all of these ponies to lord over is, you know, is the great pleasure that he lived for. Okay. You know.
Skybolt?
Yes.
Skybolt, I'm gonna fix this. Because you know the demon? Yeah. It's a brownie. He wants all the merchandise.
What?
A what?
What?
It's a brownie?
That's a brownie?
Sorry,
Oh, brownie.
Yeah.
I can see a brownie wanting all the merchandise.
Can we get fan art of like all the like Harvest Orange is a brownie or something?
Alright, so
Battered Blade is a brownie, which is just a brownie with really angry eyes drawn onto it.
You're totally right though. Where yes, he wants to collect all the ponies in his dominion.
Yeah.
Actually, in fact, I'm gonna make that now.
Instead of Battered Blade, it's Battered Brownie.
Brownie Blade. Oh my god. I'm sorry. That was too cute to ignore.
What can I say except you're welcome?
You're welcome.
What can I say except you're welcome? You're welcome.
And then, of course, you know, the final unresolved big payoff was the very original theme song for Confessions. Every story must come to an end. And there's the reference about the ships, you know, one going east and one going to the west. But it's like, even though the story's over and they're all spread out across Equestria, they all still made it at the end.
Sketchy Rivet, $2. Wait, a brownie ponies?
Yeah, that's the new thing.
Well, yeah. Why not there be brownie ponies? I mean, after all, there's a soda pony.
I know. Yeah, that
pizza
Coke
pony.
pony's cute.
There's a pizza pony too.
There is a pizza pony.
Darkseeker said, Skybolt, where would you want fan art to be posted at?
Oh yeah, I mean fan art. You could
leave it in the comment section.
Yeah, our Discord has a fan art channel. Or if you're not on the Discord, you could drop a link or something in YouTube comments, or put it on Derpy Buru. I know that one guy with the SFM art, he put on Derpy Buru under the Confessions tag. I think those are the only two arts up there under that tag.
You can also find us on Twitter.
Yes, Twitter.
Well, you can find them on Twitter. You won't find me.
Sky, the web shooter, get on Twitter.
I'm sorry. I don't want Twitter. I don't have time for it. Plus, with a lot of the stuff that's been going on it, I may jump over to Parlay instead. Okay. But yeah, I'm sorry. Twitter is not for me. especially with what I've been seeing from it lately.
There's
That's fair enough.
also on the Facebook page, you can like message us directly or things like that, or you can just email me too. My email's out there. It's on my YouTube. We have our EAST Corp email.
We can also
Yes.
can you say that when if you are able to send in the fan art before the next break room podcast or banana cast,
or what
the art might be viewed.
Oh yeah, no, we'd feature it for sure. Absolutely, we need anything that encourages more fan art because we love it and we want more, please.
Oh yes.
Yeah, I would love to see Sandstone and Carmina's little armature. I would love to see that.
I know. Yeah, that was another thing discussed. So, we put... It was so funny, too. When they were discussing it in the group, I had already written the segment where it's like, if they had a cult, it would be named Armature.
Yeah, didn't you show me that part? Because I said, like, oh, if they have a boy, they have to call him Armature. And if they have a girl, they have to call her Army or something.
Yeah.
Oh. See, the problem that comes to my mind, though, is that I can also kind of imagine... so after having a cult, because the moment they have a cult, it means that Sandstone gets to enter dad mode, which means he gets to enter dad jokes mode. So I can also imagine him sitting down in a chair very comfortably, and he's decided to name his armchair Armor Chair.
Oh, gosh.
Daddy, can you come play?
Hold on, son. I just got relaxed in my armchair.
Oh my god.
No, not that. Even dad joke wise, that one's bad.
Or like,
Not
only does he do it, but then he's gonna have like one kid with a really sick sense of humor who goes to his chair and takes a bite out of it.
What?
Oh, I get it. That's great. I mean, if they had a second cult, they would probably name him Turquoise, because that, he played the biggest part in validating their relationship.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Sketchy Rivet, $2. So they are naming their cult after what he ate.
Oh my gosh. Then he'd name him Damon.
Yeah,
You are.
Sandstone did not eat armature.
Oh my gosh. No, he didn't. He did not eat armature at all.
So for some people, it's you are what you eat. In the case of their kids, it's you are what your dad ate.
You are what your dad ate. Oh my god.
It's horrible.
I mean, they probably have a few chances because now that they're basically farmers, they would have a farmer-sized family most likely.
Skybolt, I know you just said the name, but Damon.
Damon.
Describe Damon. That was the name, Sketchy Rivet. She was asking that.
Yeah, because daemon, that was a reference to classical computing terminology where a daemon is like a kind of, I think, program or application, and both he and Fuel Rod were basically like systems engineers for the Castle Alpha, which is how he was able to find the door and sneak them in and everything.
I'm still happy Carmina got Fuel Rod in the end.
That was a lot of fun, is writing his death, because that was long overdue.
Yeah, he deserved that.
Come on.
Hello?
What on earth?
That's a phone. That's an old phone.
Yeah, that's like my mom's old handset phone.
That's like the house telephone from childhood.
I know, a landline.
I'm done getting a...
I'm sorry, hold on.
It just sounds like Morse code.
Hello?
Is this the 90s? Amazing.
Apparently. How old am I? Am I 70?
I could totally picture Web Shota living in the 90s.
90s are so radical, man. Remember the 90s?
Hey, man, guess what? I am from the 90s.
That's right, banana phone. Oh my god.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
I forget the rest of the lyrics, but oh well.
Banana phone.
I'm a banana! I'm a banana!
Oh, no. Okay, fine. If we're going down that route, here's the worst one.
Peanut jelly? No, wait, that wasn't.
Yeah, that's right.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter
I thought
jelly
it- oh, that's
time.
right,
Peanut butter
it had a
jelly.
dancing
Peanut butter
banana
jelly.
to it.
Peanut butter jelly and a baseball bat.
Oh my gosh, what have we done?
Those were the days.
What hath God wrought?
Chris,
Yeah.
Chris, have you heard of any of those? The banana things we just mentioned?
Yeah, those are very American references.
Nope. Like, the closest I know about banana phone is that when we were kids and saw all the grown-ups with telephones, we basically took our own bananas and used them as telephone and pretended, hey, I could talk to you over there. Hello.
I think that's where the song originated from, because when flip phone or when the mobile phones were first coming out, there were
They were
children,
giant.
there were children mimic. Oh gosh, yes. But when they became slightly smaller, children were actually using bananas as phones, like
Hi, ring ring.
Yeah, mostly also because I wasn't allowed to use a lot of internet in the beginning, and we didn't have like special TV. We just had what was called NRK, which was basically news and child around 14 for me. So basically, my whole childhood was I have a knife, I have a forest. That's my childhood.
hey, that's cool.
You have a knife, you have a forest. What is this?
Wow.
Like the most recent God of War game?
Yeah, Norwegian childhood. You're welcome.
and then once you killed, the reindeer for the week, you went back to your house and started cutting.
Okay, it's official. I've finished it.
Okay, well, Chris as Dora the Explorer.
That sounds amazing, actually. And then the whole show was to learn Norwegian instead of Spanish. Well, what would Boots be? Because he wouldn't be a monkey. It'd have to be a little reindeer, right? Like, what other northern animals? Maybe a little fox? Oh, no.
well,
A wolf would be the swiper.
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
Yeah, a wolf can be the swiper. Basically, the monkey can be a moose because moose is also something that's very Norway. But we also have this kind of very small hamster look-alike animal called a lemon.
A lemon?
Because they are scary little buggers, as they say.
What?
I'm just gonna show you. I'm just gonna send you guys a clip that shows their most common reaction to human living.
Oh, lemming? Not a lemon, but a lemming.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lemming.
lemmings! Oh, yeah.
Lemming.
Yeah, the lemmings that got slandered by the Disney documentary that they all commit mass suicide, which turned out not to be true.
No, they don't do suicide, but
No, they get shoved off the cliff by producers.
the thing is, these adorable little creatures are making battered blades look like a cinnamon roll. Because these guys can be so angry that they bite guns, or they can actually be so angry that they explode.
You can tell evolution hasn't gone far enough yet when animals are still biting guns.
So this little guy can fit in the palm of your hand, but you don't want to get close to it because its bite is worse than most dogs.
Oh my gosh, yeah. It's a little angry
So,
thing.
like,
But he's so
I like to say this little lemon is the Australian part of Norway.
The Australia of Norway?
Right here,
That's hilarious.
look at here. Right here, we have a little furry creature by the name of lemming. These little guys have sharp teeth, and they bark and they jump real fast. I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
No, he wouldn't even get to the part about I am gonna. He's not even gonna get to that part because the lemon at sight will run up to him and start trying to bite him and make the noises that I sent in the chat.
Oh, crikey, get back, you little bugger.
Oh, I see the teeth. Oh, that would hurt. Yes, that would hurt.
So they've got like a Chihuahua personality then. Oh my gosh.
Basically, but Chihuahuas can be calmed down. These guys don't.
Well, another thing you can do with Chihuahuas, especially ones who start to really bite your ankles, is kick them like a football.
I don't think you wanna kick these guys, because if you make contact, they're gonna bite, and they don't stick to you. They take a new bite within the bite, so they start eating inside of you. They have actually shown like wounds for after dogs or people that has been attacked. So you can see like when you dig into like a hamburger or something, but instead of releasing the bite, you just take a new one inside the other bite.
Oh my gosh! Ooh,
So-
Yeah.
violent creatures.
Wow. Hey, we need to put these little critters inside the next Fallout game.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that makes you run. Not the giant fart bats. It's the lemons.
That was a great thing. After like 6 months, I finally got some comments on the Red Reaper saying, "Oh wait, that's a Wanamingo, that tentacle creature that she fights." I'm like, "Yes, finally,
The giant mouth thing.
yes."
What was it?
Wanamingos from Fallout 2.
Yeah, okay, that would explain. I never played Fallout 2, so I wouldn't know what the hell. What the
I
heck it
didn't
was.
either, but that was when, after I got into Fallout Equestria, I did a deep dive into the Fallout wiki, and that's when I discovered a whole lot of those creatures that had been dropped since those games. That slowly Bethesda's bringing back too. Like Fallout 76, they brought back the floaters.
If
Yeah,
you say
don't-
so.
If the only reason I know about the farting bats is because I watched some of Screwy's Twitch gameplays, and we started talking about how to name different monsters that he encountered. And the thing was that he then met that creature you're talking about. But the thing was, it always had this green smoke around it.
Yep.
And I was just like, that looks like a giant dragon bat, but it's green. Is this farting? And he thought, yeah, it's a farting bat. I'm just like, okay, that's the next.
Suddenly you got me thinking about the Tremor series and the Ass Blasters.
Yeah, Tremors. That's a classic.
Kind of not safe for Chris.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I think she's.
She's gone.
No, I was just saying the movie was kind of not safe for Chris if she was gonna check it out.
Oh. Well, I get, yeah, that's the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Chris, come back. It's good.
Hello?
Yeah, I was just saying that the series is kind of not safe. I wasn't gonna go into detail.
Yeah, I'm not gonna jump into a Fallout game, to be honest. It was just
No.
fun.
No. This is a different thing. It's
I
not
think the
Fallout.
first one isn't too bad. It's a little bit bloody, but I don't think there's any like nudity or anything. The original Tremors.
No.
There's not.
The great
It's-
thing about the original Tremors is how like realistic and ironically grounded it is. They're just like a monster animal more so than like a mythical like Tommyknockers kind of creature.
It is.
Though
yeah.
I do think that the no, can't remember what I was going to say. Never mind. I am bad tonight.
It's okay, you're at my level.
Poor
You know-
Vermont. Poor Jam Jam.
Poor
Jam
Jam
Jam.
Jam.
Pat Jam Jam. Give Jam Jam some jam. He needs his jam.
Oh yes, I don't think we've ever showed that on the Twitter feed before. Let me see if I can find that real quick.
Yeah, Jam Jam photo.
Oh no.
Yes. I
Well,
was kind of
hey,
hoping.
Tribal, while they're looking for that, how about you bring in Jam Jam's fan art of Brownie Blade?
Oh, I did. Yeah,
Oh,
she was on screen
you
for a
did.
while.
Oh, I didn't see it. My bad.
Yeah, Brownie
No,
Blade.
yep.
It's fantastic.
Brownie Blade or Battered Brownie is now a thing.
This is now canon. It's her
Is
favorite.
You have
thing.
to. You have to send that to her. You have to send that brownie picture to her.
yeah, for sure.
If for some reason, some random reason, if someone was to animate all the Confessions episode and they got around to Battered Blade, they like in Resident Evil 2, how there's a walking cube, walking square of tofu. There should be a walking square of brownies, and it just takes the place of Battered.
There you go. That's perfect. Even
Yes,
little
it's
like a 1 minute scene, I would love to see something animated from our stuff.
Yeah.
And sent.
Oh yeah, I have seen this. Yeah.
Yeah,
Give me a sec.
To be honest, I was kind of hoping for more cartoonish eyes, but other than that, I'm very, very happy about this.
He looks extremely sick, like you're about to die.
Yeah.
Liver is shutting down.
Which I think that would happen if you ate that much jam.
That much jam.
Poor Jam, he's so sad.
It's like that Simpsons episode where he stays up all night eating all the cheese. I think I'm blind.
What the mean cheese?
So, for the sake of context, Chris commissioned this piece without telling me at all. So, one day I just get a message from Lucas just being like, "Yo, here's a picture. Chris commissioned it." And like, oh god.
That's amazing.
It was a very lovely surprise.
Yeah, happy you liked it. Because let me see if I can actually pick up the concept art that I sent him. I think I sent to him on Twitter.
And then, of course, one of our favorite pieces of fan art today, at least mine, is this Ice Mare one from Winter Gleam. That's this spoopy SFM where she's looking in the vats.
Oh, wow.
I love that fan art so much.
So great.
I think I've seen this one. That is, wow. That is
It also means that
spooky stuff.
It also means that somewhere out there there is there are SFM models of Duchess Rose Petal and Freezy that are like posable and animatable.
That is a good question. I wonder if that's a thing.
If the artist ever sees it, maybe consider getting in touch with us if you'd be willing to let us mess around with the model. But
what?
I know we've got access to a fully functioning Skybolt.
Yeah, we do. Oh my god.
We have access to a Skybolt model and a Vermont for SFM.
I need to jump into Source Filmmaker. I've been meaning to, just I haven't set aside the time to do so.
I'm not a big fan of SFM because it doesn't use keyframes, and I'm a Maya animator, so I like my keyframes.
Oh, you're a bit of the old school frame by frame?
No. Well, it's just that you don't frame by frame in Maya because Maya's 3D animation, but just the technique it uses to put where the motion changes is different to most animation software where you use keyframes.
Pikachu, when you find the stealth airship you were looking for, Ed, it's blown to pieces.
I must have made that for the Facebook at some point. I have a lot of like memes that I just made for the Facebook.
Okay,
that's like most of the Facebook.
For some reason, I can't save the photo. It just comes. What? Ah, okay, print screen. Why didn't I think of print screen? Duh.
Diamondback discovers marshmallows.
Well, these are effing great. That was my
That
turn.
was not bad.
Oh, that wasn't too bad? Okay, good.
Sorry, Chris, the link you sent isn't working.
I'm working on it. I'm just took a print screen, so I'm just fixing the size of it.
Of course, there's this classic from the early days.
Oh yes, the
Fibonacci ratio.
Yeah, but now try apply it to the whole series.
Oh man, it's just non-going. I put that on my Facebook too, where it was like the final episode is 18 times longer than the first episode.
Enjoy a 2 minute of Chris trying to draw.
Trying? No, you're
Oh
damn
God,
good. You drew.
the source picture that Chris drew.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah,
Skybolt,
it's very,
on screen.
it's very
Oh, that's amazing. The sad eyes. Oh my gosh.
That's my favorite episode of Doctor Who with Christopher Eccleston.
Are you my mommy?
I can be
Everybody-
your daddy, but the dog beat me over the fence.
Okay.
Oh, that's a classic Halo reference. I'm sorry. I had to make it.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I remember that.
There we go.
Okay.
It's better than my reference images, so I'm not standing on a throne of judgment here.
everyone.
It's
bad.
adorable.
Hey, that's still pretty much the same as the one you commissioned.
I didn't color it or take the proportions or, like I said, 2 minutes.
I like your cutie mark form too. It looks like a sad spider.
Isn't it kind of like a spider with a mouth?
It's a,
A little bit.
It gets the job.
oh,
done.
the Anansi spider.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the spiders from Ocarina of Time.
So it's not wearing a mask. It's just the style. It's just the style of how the character is drawn. But he is wearing face paint, and he does have a headband.
Oh, okay.
Okay, real quick. Something that was been kind of sitting on real fast in the chat. Mouse Gray Eagle. No punny move. I have a pun, and I'm not afraid to use it.
Oh, I thought you were making a Rooster Teeth podcast reference. The Orange Monkey Eagle.
Oh
no! Orange Monkey Eagle! And then your brain stops.
I haven't seen them, but okay.
Oh, man.
So
Alright, so-
now I'm just imagining orange monkey with the wings of an eagle and extra claws on top of its arms.
Oh, please, I hope someone else remembers that reference besides me. The Orange Monkey Eagle. That's like Rooster Teeth podcast, like 75 or something.
No, I remember.
It's a Rooster Teeth short also, an animated short. You can find it somewhere on the channel.
Exactly.
Mouse
I love
Gray
the
Eagle.
animated
This
adventures.
rap party has a distinct lack of rapping or rapping.
You don't want to hear me rap. That's horrible. I've only done it twice. Literally only twice.
Rap battles of EAST Corp.
Oh God.
Versus James Vermont Begin.
That's our stable the stable tech what is it? Straight out of stables. Yeah.
And no, I will keep my rapping, like my singing, confined to a room or a shower or my car, when I can, and it will never be heard by other human ears.
Oh, I will show though. This was one of the best things ever that I got to finally updating the wiki page with our radio plays and just seeing this completed setup. It is so magical.
Oh yes.
Just look at that. It's just amazing. Just seeing that done. Oh my gosh. That was like the final dopamine hit for me.
Oh man, that's just insane. 290,000.
That's nothing to sneeze at.
That's a lot. That is, that's got to be at least one Michael Crichton.
Oh yeah. His books are mostly kind of average length, like 120 area. And none of them are like, Stephen King monstrosities or Game of Thrones.
Crimson Commando. I can hear Skyball doing the Scootaloo squee.
Scootaloo. That's the closest I can come.
Oh my gosh, we actually have Apple Bloom. Now we know who to call.
Damn! That was pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
You know how to call a chicken? Skoo-skoo-skoo-loo.
I
I think that's
how-
a Friendship is Witchcraft reference, right? I can't remember where that's from.
No, it was from an actual episode, but yeah, they did use it in the witchcraft stuff.
Like fire, hellfire, burning in my skin. I gotta rewatch those because I recently I discovered Jenny Nicholson's like self channel, which I didn't know was a thing until like last year, and she just did the video on the Land Before Time series, and I didn't realize how many of those I had seen. But I saw pretty far into the sequels.
Oh man,
Man Before Times. That's a good. Oh wow.
Jenny Nicholson's channel is fantastic. Just so many. I get to indulge in so much bad media as a result of it. I think there was a published Kylo Ren.
Yes.
Yep. There was that fucking trigger warning with the really bad writing of a school shooting.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
With like, it was literally like the Antifa ninjas. It had, I think, a dozen or so references of the main character, like physical size per chapter. Oh god. Actually, part of me wants to buy some of these bad books and read them myself just to like indulge, but also books are expensive.
I'm just looking through my meme folder now. Sorry. Yeah, I think unless there's any questions in the chat about like something spoiler that you didn't understand or something in the finale that maybe you missed, now is the time to ask because I think we covered everything as far as I know.
Yeah,
I guess the ultimate fate of then Amber and Abalone is they sailed off, into the sunset with the Blue Moon, and they roam around in the same way that Freezy and Co. roam around in their ship.
Lieutenant Darkspeaker Antique. Why am I suddenly imagining Skybolt and Vermont's OCs T-posing and huddling stable tech and logo with that background? Because it's Source Filmmaker, we always start off with T-pose.
Yeah, the T as in the end, which we actually reached with our series.
Okay, to be fair, Stable Tech couldn't have been expected to reach the end of their series. They didn't even reach the beginning.
Yeah, that's true too. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Stable Tech,
but
T-pose gang.
yeah, web shooter. If you ever start doing source filmmaker, if you ever start doing source filmmaker, let me know so I can send you my OC. I have a source filmmaker model offer.
I think you already did. I should still have it, but sure. If anything, I will gladly accept it.
Yeah, I know you will keep her use as safe for Chris, so that's why I trust you enough with her.
Whenever she
jam, don't you dare. I heard that laughter.
Okay, I like this one. I like.
You know what? I just thought of a video idea, and this may cause you to change your mind, Chris. But every time Chris pops up in a video, she's far away from whatever danger is happening in the background.
Change my mind. That sounds awesome.
The Iceman, the X-Raider. That's a good one.
I apologize. That was a joke, Chris.
We're so close to the release.
Let's see. The Ice Mare, the X-Raider. Yeah, that's fairly accurate because the X-Raider was a short episode.
Very short. I had a comment from Chris Commando somewhere about what does Diamondback look like. He looks like this. So Diamondback's sort of like a hippogriff, I guess, in terms of being generally taller than ponies and having hooves for his back legs, and then his front legs are claws. But of course, he has the thicker tail and dragon scales and the wings and stuff.
be honest,
And
he
anytime
looks
someone
more
takes
like...
a picture,
Sorry.
anytime someone takes a picture of Diamondback, he's got to do some kind of anime pose, like he's in the middle of an OP.
Yeah, he's interesting. He'll either do an anime pose or like a corny dad pic like this, which is just amazing. A little thumbs up.
To be honest, Diamondback looked more like he's 1/3 part of pony than half pony.
Yeah, and that's covered in the beginning of his episode about ovo dominance.
Ah, yeah, that's right.
It's all about what the mother looks like that the child will take more after physically, at least on the exterior appearance. So their kid, Diamond, with Battered Blade, as a pony, their kid would very much look like a pony in most ways, except for maybe some fangs or horns or something like that.
Or some patches of scales and so on and so forth.
Or claws, yeah, and then they would have the internal dragon traits, which I think would be fun to write a story around.
The baby accidentally sneezes a little bit of fire.
Yeah, and being able to swim in lava with Dad and stuff like that. That'd be really cute.
Batter goes to swim. Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
Sorry, I just said, the kid needs to learn to swim.
Yeah, he just tosses her in the lava. You can do it. You can do it.
Okay, I gotta stop you there because I think Diamondback as a father would not do that unless he is 100% sure the kid will actually survive.
No, he wouldn't know, but he wouldn't tell Battered.
Yes, he would be scared of Battered, but he would also, protect his horde. So,
Well, shoot. I thought my kid was going to be able to handle the lava, but oh well. How am I going to tell the wife?
She's going to kill me.
I see Final Sight asking, were Amber and Homage ever friends, in quotation marks? And my canon, it's nebulous. I mean, but my canon idea was the fact that they were literally just friends, and they were a way to help each other through emotional hard times, but it was never like a physical thing.
No, it was more like sister relationship.
Yeah, maybe closer.
Yeah,
to
I always saw them like that. Also because I've always seen Amber as just being way too young and precious, and also short.
Yeah.
To do with it.
I just I can't unsee that image of that concept of Amber in my mind. Like I've always imagined like little bit height, maybe a little bit shorter.
She's never been violated, if that's what you're asking.
That was not what I was asking. God, no.
That was what he was asking. Yeah.
That is what he was asking, yeah.
She's she'll find love somewhere. They got a whole bunch of people and they grew up with.
Amber Horn is precious, must protect.
Right now, we just need Amber Horn to be happy.
Yeah, and alive. Those are the key endpoints is that she survived and is back with Abalone again.
I gotta say, I do find it really funny that, like, despite the fact that that the offsite broadcasting facility at the end of episode 8 had Diamondback, Battered Blade, Amberhorn, Carmina, and Sandstone, all at once, the primary thing that we heard in the Discord channel leading up to from there all the way through to the release of the radio host were people saying were people just asking, but is Amber okay?
And that
like,
was the mystery.
There were all the other characters that were in mortal danger as well, and everyone was like, yes, we know those other characters are in mortal danger, but is Amber okay?
Exactly.
What? There's other characters? Nah, we just care about Amber Horn.
Which Amber could be soaking up the appreciation for if she were here right now, but no.
Oh no!
So, if you hear this later on, why you no show up?
I know. Same with Maddie. If they ever want to, maybe we can have a part 2. But they're too busy not caring anymore.
They don't like us no more. They don't like us no more.
They don't like me no more. They like Vermont just fine.
Oh. Okay, from now on, everyone appreciate Jam Skyball. You just in the corner.
So we've got in the Discord channel, I posted up a joke thing about demanding fan art of Baxter, the one-note gag artist character from Terminal Secret 6, and Z Blue Bond actually responded with the 10-minute sketch of the most terrifying horse in the world. Holy crap. It's in the general chat. That is, like, the original Baxter is pretty terrifying.
Oh yeah, that is freaky. Give me a second.
If you scroll up, you can find the original picture to side by side, and I guess.
There it is. Yeah, it's the small eye. It's very unsettling.
Yeah, the character had maybe 30 seconds of screen time, but Mohan put so much work into the character's design, and she's just so terrifying.
Oh my oido.
So what's her story?
Guys, I know you're already very strong, but you don't need to go buffing up all the time.
I can't help it. Skyball keeps passing out all the buff outs. They're like candy.
That's right.
Then don't take candy from strangers.
But that's the most delicious candy.
Skyball's no stranger.
There ain't no strangers
come
here.
To family dinner?
Which song is that
No.
again?
So we're back. So, Chris, can you go ahead and say what you just said about Baxter here again?
I feel it's mean, but it kind of looks like you made her face a bit too long, like she's made out of gummy, and you dragged it up. And that's what makes her a little bit scary. I'm sorry. Like, I know how it is to start drawing and stuff, so I know it can be hurtful, but you did a really good job otherwise.
It the 10-minute drawing there reminds me a little bit of this art style of Has Been Hotel, like how the characters are drawn.
Oh yeah, a bit of looser form. Yeah, that is great.
Baxter what is Baxter's backstory?
She doesn't have a backstory. She is an artist who works in stable control, and that's it. She really was just like a random character to appear just so that we could have just so that I could separate Yentl from Blue Ball, like 10 minutes, so that we could go meet Topaz and have her monologue to prep her for child murder.
To prep her for child murder.
Why does
Fallout Equestria Confession 7 EAST Corp fans?
I am so confused and impressed all at the same time.
It's a classic old meme when they were teasing John Wick 3.
John Wick, yeah.
Years ago.
Although, I'm mostly looking at this picture of Kelly.
It is your birthday period.
Oh, that is fantastic. Are those rocks or are those balloons? No, those are beige balloons.
Yeah, that aren't completely inflated because White wanted the balloons to last longer. So he only inflated them like a quarter of the way.
Oh, poor Spike. Oh, poor Spike.
See, so I recently finished Westworld season 3. I mentioned this on the last podcast I was on, and my primary thought, after like letting it settle into my mind, is I have been listening to Raman Djawadi's soundtrack that non-stop for the last few days. The music will always be good, but like they will never get back to the magic of that first season.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Westworld.
That first season was just like ridiculous. I loved it so much.
It's too well contained. Like I got the like really deluxe edition like Blu-ray pack for season 1, and it's like that's the story so perfectly self-contained of what it was. And when they did get extended, it's like it doesn't quite feel like they had the future ready when they started doing the rest. Oh no, what happened?
But because like I remember you and I that whole 10-week period, because I think that was back when we podcast like every other week.
Yeah.
We had we just like we spoke about it to the point that I think we actually started to irritate Needle. Because for like 10 weeks, it just became this channel became the Westworld podcast.
It was so great, and then Samurai Jack a month later. It was so great. That first 6 months.
Roy Mustang in the chat with all caps. Vermont, can we talk about Kipo? No, we cannot, because I'm still working my way through season 2. But I would recommend that Chris go watch Kipo, because that show was made for her. That would be like if Chris was the protagonist of a child's cartoon. That's that show.
That sounds magical.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's adorable.
El Boxo.
Okay, is this on Netflix? Has 4 eyes.
Yes, that is. I would really recommend giving that show a watch, Chris. That show was made for you.
Awesome.
That sort of like they find life-threatening situations, and the main character's reaction is, I'm gonna make friends with you. We're gonna be we're gonna be the best gosh darn friends. And everyone else is like, this person just tried to kill you. And Kipo's like, we're gonna be better friends then.
That's amazing.
And yeah, the music is
Gilbert Gottfried.
So
love Gilbert Gottfried. We should do a What the Fic again sometime soon.
I know. We're way overdue, and I missed the What the Fics. The 7th one we did back in like February worked out so well. Such a great episode.
Oh yeah, because that was when we did the we had My Roommate Is Not a Vampire, and we had my EAST Corp fanfic.
Yeah, that was really good.
James Kelly, Spin the Bottle champion.
I just have one question. Is the main character a boy or a girl? Because
she's a girl.
Both. Okay, super.
Was this like the like the Professor Oak question? Oh my gosh.
Wait, her hand explodes? She has a kitty?
Researching noises.
$2.
Yes, her hand sort of turns into like a
Wandering Sunrise.
What?
Yeah, hand sort of turns into like a giant paw. And yes, very much early Wandering Sunrise, but more wholesome. Project Horizon. EAST Corp.
Oh, I found this art from Oakheart. I forget what podcast this was for. This is pretty great.
I mean, I will, with absolutely no ego whatsoever, we are the pure Kino of Fallout Equestria.
I think so. I personally think so. What else do I have here?
Pure yes, because that's you, Oakheart, and
I think that's Needle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Needle.
I think I need to get fan art of me and my dearest OC if he ever makes one.
Well, I think you made him Discord, right? Let's just recolor Discord. That'd be funny.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh wow!
I forgot about that.
Chris, didn't you already make him an OC?
I know he half-heartedly tried to make something a few years ago.
Yeah, you shared it with us. I know you did.
The Break Room podcast.
Have it here? I don't think so. At least I know it's an Earth pony.
It was an Earth pony, yeah. I need to make this my background again, so that way I can get back to work on stuff on the computer when I get on.
All right, I'm gonna sign off now.
Yeah, we're pretty much at the end. I'm wrapping up with memes and just waiting for any other questions people might have.
So I will be here for another 5 minutes. So anyone who has any Vermont-related questions, send them through. Before I leave, I'm gonna check one more time on the poll on the ships, and we have Diamondback / Batterblade with 12%, Rose Petal / DJ Pony with 12%, Harvest Orange / Valencia has back with only 12%, unfortunately. Freezy Chris 19%, and still in the lead by a mile is Carmina Sandstone with 10%.
Nice.
Woo!
So, and Carmina got 10% on now has 10% on the best girl vote. So, I guess that officially makes Carmina the winner of Confessions of a Wasteland Pony.
Well, there you go.
I wouldn't say she's the winner. I would say she and Sandstone is the winners.
Because you actually showed up to play the game.
No.
Let's see, Roy Mustang. Can we waste another 10 minutes for a quick sketch?
Yes.
Yeah, I promised everyone I'd be on at least 4 hours, so we'll go until 1 at least.
Hey, Skyball, I shared something in the chat. You can go ahead and put that up there too.
Quit procrastinating, work on your art.
I need to make this my background again, so that way when I log back on the computer, I know what to jump onto first.
Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Let's fill
So-
this up.
I think I
Speaking
found this one on Tumblr when Tumblr was good, or Facebook, one of the two.
I love how
So
Tumblr took like a massive dive in user base almost immediately when they banned NSFW. It's like, I mean, anyone could have told them that. That was like half the site at that point. You're cutting the site in half, and it's the half that was creating things.
Zizerna the Zebra. I feel so called out by Batman right now.
I think
who else besides me who's watched Batman the animated series, when reading this and seeing Batman, who else can hear Kevin Conroy's voice?
Oh yeah.
Oh no, 100%. Yeah. So I think the
wow.
So speaking of memes, I've got a video for EAST Corp. I finished it back in March. It was originally gonna be the April video before the Great Experiment became the April video. So in the next 3 weeks to 1 month, expect a really, really shitty video to drop on the channel at some point.
Nice.
Which that should be a lot.
Oh, this is a great question from Darkseeker. If you, the VAs, could insert your character or scene into one of the Fallout games, where would you insert it?
Ooh. Okay.
Played any of the games? I don't think I can answer that one.
Obviously, DJ Pony would just become the new radio host of whichever game that is. That's easy enough.
I think you would. So, in Fallout 3, that one Brotherhood of Steel outpost, where in the library.
Oh yeah, where you trade in the pre-war books that aren't burned.
Yeah, no, I think I'd stick Chris there.
That's a good place.
I'd stick Chrysanthemum there.
Maybe in New Vegas, in Vault 34, just having Green Shift by himself at the bottom and be like, "Oh, they're okay. Do not shoot the ghouls, please. You just need to leave now. I'm going to solve the problem eventually."
Obviously, we would stick Duchess Rose Petal in Point Lookout or Far Harbor.
Oh yeah, she'd be like a knowledge base for one of those plot lines of Blackwood or whatever.
Fallout New Vegas, Sandstone in the old city area, the ruins towards the end of the game.
Oh,
if
free
there
side?
are
Yeah.
if there are any like deserts or something similar to any of the terrain that Carmina was in, a side quest can be leading those two together in that same game, so they find each other.
That'd be New Vegas for sure.
Yep.
Here's
Be right back.
That brings up an interesting thought. Although Web showed her walking away out for this thought.
I'm still right here. What happened?
Is Mint? How would Mint Cream get along with Sandstone and Carmina, since they're all Steel Rangers?
Mint Cream
From Terminal Secrets.
I think they'd complain about power armor collectively, and Carmina would be like, "Yeah, that's why I stopped using the power armor. Get on my level."
Unfortunately, I have forgotten most of Terminal Secrets. I need to re-listen to it all. But from what you guys just pretty much said, if anything, I think maybe Sandstone would compare notes about power armor. Maybe they get along.
Yeah, I think they might get along.
I mean, the episode is good, but I have to say, just the Mint Cream Terminal Secrets extract is really great listening just by itself. So it's all back to back.
Yeah, without a doubt. And anyone who hasn't listened to the specific thing yet, we did actually release onto the channel. We released the Journal of Mint Cream as its own separate video.
Yeah, it's in the playlist. It's slot 14. I try to organize the playlist sort of, as a fresh listener would listen to everything.
So that's just under 40 minutes on its own.
It's so great though.
So if you want basically 40 minutes of Scribbler blogging, and occasional inputs by Dusty Cat, that's where you should go.
Question in chat. So what's next for EAST Corp? Because if anything goes to plan, then there must be something.
What's next for EAST Corp? Sky, you've spoken a teeny bit.
I know for sure we're going to finish Wasteland Survival Guide. If we, no matter what, we are going to finish damn Wasteland Survival Guide.
Big time, yeah.
There might be a one-off. There was one-off I kind of tossed around the idea of. I might or might not do it. I might do it just for the fact of putting it on Film Fiction first, because now I'm pissed off about that. But I don't know. But it would be like an audio, like someone would record it, depending on how the story goes. I haven't settled on it yet though, so maybe not. Maybe some other little one-offs or whatever, and then I have sort of a series idea of my own, like a short form, like the Arya Moon series that I'm toying with. It's still in very early production stages.
On my end, it's obviously there's the Arya Moon stuff. Is my two big focuses right now is Untypical and Arya Moon. Untypical is filling the role of Terminal Secrets and sort of being the very large, complicated, high-end production series that we drop like 1 or 2 episodes a year of. And then obviously we've got Arya Moon, which is gonna be releasing every week for the next 11 weeks. Then we're going on a season break, on a break to start working on season 2. And that's going to continue for a really long time. So those are on my end. That's the future for EAST Corp on the Vermont side.
And most importantly, now that everything is done, we appreciate any evangelizing. Take the finished series and finished playlists and just send them to people. See if they're interested in getting invested now that they're totally complete and totally contained.
Exactly.
And,
and fan fiction. Give us fan fiction.
Yeah, that too. And fan art.
Yeah. One thing I've been toying with, and I talked to Jam about, is Fidget, if she ever made an avatar of herself. And that would of course be a kitten. because the internet loves cats.
That is true.
What?
What? The internet loves cats? Oh, preposterous.
It's an interesting thought. It's not what I want to go in too much, because identity is the primary thing that we're exploring with Aria, is a person's ability to create their own identity. And because Fidget is an AI, she is basically a blank slate of that. So very much sort of her exploration of if she had an avatar, what would she represent herself as? And would that representation even be human? Maybe it would be a cat. It's something that will be explored.
And if you're going to take some inspiration from the voice actor, it of course have to be a Norwegian forest cat.
Well, Fidget has already decided she wants to be Norwegian, apparently.
Yeah, if you see the newest episode of Aria Moon, you have most songs is Norwegian.
Yes, if you listen to the bonus episode, most songs Norwegian, one's in Spanish, one's in English, one's in German.
Two
I
in
think
Swedish?
Two in Swedish. There are 5 languages at play. Five languages, 14 minutes of lies, lots of Chris making noises at you.
Making soft singing noises.
Final sight saying, I need to start listening to Ari Moon. You absolutely... Not to congratulate myself too much, but I think it's really good.
Yeah, it is. I think it's really good, and it's really fun too.
I'm really excited to see the future for EAST Corp. I'm excited to see Skybolt's one shot.
Yes, yeah, it's an idea I've tossed around for a while. We'll see what happens.
I know absolutely nothing about it, but I'm excited to see more FOE content before we all close the doors on this.
Aww, that's
on Fallout Equestria, not on the channel.
It's adorable, Blue Bone. Yes, I'm definitely gonna watch you, people. And if I like it well enough, I might even make an avatar. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh no, nothing. Lieutenant Darksea saying that the ending of Terminal Secrets is swear word, heart wrenching. Which, mood, deep mood. Sunset Shimmer wants to know if we have pets.
I have pets, yeah.
My last pet still lives with my parents, and she's a corgi, a Welsh Pembroke corgi.
See, I don't know. Even before I knew that you had a corgi, my assumption was always just that you and Maddie were corgi people.
Oh yeah, I saw that on her Twitter too. That was really great.
Only to then find out that you both had corgis. Like, validation! I was correct.
And also another plug for people: the remastered packages you can see up on the packages video anyway, where it talks about like you can download the series, and you can also get this fantastic double wide wallpaper that I've been working on for years, now that it's got all the characters, so that's pretty great. So please check out all the fun artwork in the bonus packages, including scripts and stuff. And I think we're more or less at the end. I think that's everything, right?
Oh, speaking of fan art, well, going back to the subject of fan, I will personally mail a cookie to whoever to whoever does fan art of Blue Ball in the Confessions title style.
Oh yeah, we could easily Photoshop that in if we got like something in that format. Like whatchamacallit. Here, let me find it.
Roy Mustang has sent $3.73 to the channel. Cheers to Skybolt for a very well done.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and all the fans over the years who've stuck around for all this time too. I mean, that's the whole reason EAST Corp was created in the first place, was so we could finish our series that were being smothered at Stable-Tech. Like, yeah, just it was so freeing. To honestly, it was really great finishing the Great Experiment documentary before this, just to be like really put the last nails to bed. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
So pretty much in Stable-Tech, it was, hey, I got a thing that we could put up there to tide over the fans. No, we don't want that.
It was just like the fact that the series was never coming, so every video we put out was getting plagued by all these comments of where's the animated series, and we're like, we don't know. It was out of our control.
And damn, some of those comments, dude, I fucking love the one jackass who made a text, and at the end of the wall text accused us of being a coward and saying, I know you'll delete this to satisfy your fragile egos. And not only did we not delete it, not only is it Stable-Tech site, but we then showed it screen twice in the Great Experiment.
Yeah, it's just this total like moronic, like even back then we explained that it was like it's not in our hands. I finished all the audio for the episode. I did my job that year, and they just never did anything with it.
I'd written all my episodes for the first season and the second season. Hell, I got to the point where I was writing the episode for Zenith's first appearance in the story. Like, I'd finished that episode.
Yeah.
Because I'd called dibs on writing the first episode where Red Eye appears. And then we went back, rewrote the whole thing, rewrote the back half of the season, added 3 episodes, wrote those from scratch, then rewrote 10 episodes of season 2 and 3 new episodes of season 2. And it still wasn't done. By that point, I'd also then done, like, off some Terminal Secret. In all that time, they still hadn't made the episode. Like, there's no laziness on this side of the channel. We were doing our job so well, we did it multiple times over.
Yeah. So that was the end of that story. And then you could see, after a little bit of transition, once Stable-Tech finally shuttered its doors, then the only people there were the real fans, and we could actually thrive and move on.
Okay, is that the thing that Carmina was fighting against?
That's the thing, the Wanamingo.
Okay, in my head, that was 10 times worse. It had more of those scary stuffies, and they were sharper, and the mouth was bigger.
Oh yeah, it would have been the pony version, which I didn't really draw, but generally speaking, it was based on.
Honestly, that's not what I imagined when Carmina was talking about that creature. I mean, it was like a ball of muscle and tentacles, and the teeth were literally giant chompers, like horse teeth chompers. That was going on there. So. I mean, that's scary, don't get me wrong, but I guess I'm going to have to draw what I imagined.
That just means that my description was spookier than the real thing. You're welcome.
You're welcome.
What can he say except you're welcome? I didn't say thank you.
In the comment section, Sunset Shimmer asked, have you ever heard of the experiment? The answer is yes, and there was an abandoned draft of Terminal Secrets Episode 6 where we were going to pull from the Russian sleep experiment. Fractal was going to apply it to the ponies within the stable. but I had I cut it for a multitude of reasons, and it's one that you can't apply to an entire stable because the Russian sleep experiment is essentially lethal.
Yeah, it was a great creepypasta for sure.
Though that does remind me, so it's something that I was chatting about. I was talking to Kelly about openly in the general chat. That we might steal Skyball's idea about the Confessions care package.
Oh yeah.
We might retroactively do one for Terminal Secrets, including art, including scripts with extra with all the notes added in, behind the scenes information, character details, and all the dropped episode concepts, all the dropped stable concepts, including what the story would have been for the stable that was going to take place on the moon, which a stable where the concept splitting them in two and teaching one half that all actions are inherently evil, and teaching another stable that the other half that. Oh wait, we're buffering. We're buffering.
Ladies and gentlemen, please wait while we buffer.
Okay, there we go. We're back. Fun fact.
Now we're buffering again.
Okay, there we go. We're back. Terminal Secrets Episode 6 was originally going to include a musical stable, like proper, like that everyone breaks into song when they want to talk about their feelings.
Woo!
And Kelly actually wrote a bunch of music for it, and we had to drop it because tonally didn't work. So we may or may not drop that in the near future. It really depends on how much we can scrounge together, but we really want to. So we're stealing that idea from Confessions.
Yeah, and then any, one-offs or other little extant works that I, create down the road that are FOE, do my best to keep them canon with Confessions as well as the original, just like we always try to do.
Exactly. What do we got left in the comment section? Nothing new, and I think that I'm gonna leave. And I think we did just hit the 4-hour mark.
Yeah. So I think we've hit the end. But thank you everyone for tuning in. Share it around. Hopefully some new fans discover it now that it's all wrapped up. That's what happened with me. I didn't discover FOE until Craze Rambling finished up his audio. So I'm hoping the same thing happens here.
Yeah. Like if people listening to the live stream, if you want to help us, like, because I've seen more than a few comments recently, with people talking about how they wish that there were more channel, because it's clear we put a lot of work into what we do and into the scope and complexity of our projects. The best way to help, I'd say that the two best ways is, one, just share it, share the link, talk work, and number two, leave comments on the videos. Beyond being a morale boost for the teams who work on it, it is really important for YouTube's analytics.
Yeah.
If they see comments on a video, they're more likely to recommend it to others because it means it has engagement. If they see a lot of comments on a video on a channel, that channel is more likely to have it recommended to other people. So I know I personally, like, I finish watching a video, then I click off to the next one. I would recommend just take an extra 2 minutes, type out, then move on. It would be a big help to us from the analytics. There are a lot of people who support us on Patreon, but I get that everyone has, the financial security to do so. So this is a free way to be very, very helpful.
If you ever come across something you would like to see, like if you like think this looks awesome, maybe EAST Corp can do something like that, or a fanfic about some of the characters is always interesting to read and see.
That's always fun. We'll read it on what fic.
Yeah, and if you're lucky enough, and if Skybolt or Jam like it well enough, maybe if we don't have anything else to do, we might do a reading of it.
Oh yeah, I'd love to do more What the Fics. I always love those.
Yeah.
When do you think that we might be able to do that?
I'm free next.
Would if not this upcoming Saturday, but the Saturday after, would that work?
Oh wait, no, I'd have to check my schedule. We'll definitely plan something soon. But yeah, my summer schedule got pretty crazy the last couple of days.
I believe it.
I'm happy to do normal days too. If
that's true. Yeah, I work from home now, thanks to Corona Pona, so I can do afternoons my time.
All right, so we have EAST Corp has a Facebook page, right?
Yeah, that's great for memes and fan art and just kind of day-to-day stuff. I try to keep that up to date. So
okay, well then, to get a little more traffic, or just because, I am going to issue that. This is a voluntary challenge. You don't have to take it whether you want to or not, but if you guys want to, go ahead and make up a fanfic with whatever characters from the Confession series that you want to use. For Chris's sake, please keep it somewhat decent, and post it within 2 weeks. 2 weeks from this stream. Sound good?
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah. Okay, so 2 weeks time from today, have a fanfic made, put it on the Facebook page, and maybe when we get to the fic, we'll be sure to read them.
Yep, definitely go through it. Oh god, Baxter fanfics. Oh, no.
Wait, what?
But do it. In the live chat. Post it onto the Facebook. Anything you guys post it onto the Facebook page. Or if you're on our Discord, post it onto our Discord.
Oh, there are two things. There's two requirements for this challenge. There's two requirements. One, a title, definitely, and two, your name. Author name, whatever name you want to go under, but please make sure you have a title and your author name. So that way we know what to call the story by, and also who to give credit to. So that way we're not just going, oh, well, we have a fanfic about Diamondback and Pears.
Yeah.
It was written by, well, there's no name here, so we'll just, okay, it was just written by someone. But you get my point. Please put your names on it.
The MT asking if we have a public Discord. So our Discord public, it is behind the Patreon paywall. It is for $1 get you access to the Discord server. I think we have spoken about taking it public a couple of times. I think we all ended up agreeing on it, but I cannot remember why we didn't pull the trigger on it. For the life of me, I think it might have been my fault.
Yeah, I know you guys set up the Patreon, so I'm fine with taking the Discord public, especially now that the two Source series are over. I mean, we might as well open it up to churn the butter for everything going forward.
If I recall, we all agreed on it. I never actually just put it into action.
Do we just need to copy the link for like every video from now on? We just put it in our standard links, or how do we do that?
I'll work it out now. I'll post it into the Gods channel tonight, and then then we can look at transitioning over. Because I personally take it public again. Public. I think it's completely fine now at this point.
Oh yeah. Because it seems like Discord is just standard operating procedure for a lot of things now, so more so than like a walled garden, it's just kind of a meeting, like a marketplace.
Exactly. I'm sure, like,
Lieutenant Darkseeker. Yes, teacher, I will hand in my essay on time.
Yeah. Yeah, so that'd be fun, and that would be a great way, to boost interaction with fans and stuff, and hopefully get more What the Fix going. So, all depending on our schedules. So that'll be fun.
So actually, look out this week. I'll put out if we decide to make the completely, like, if and when it goes public, there'll be a video out on the channel explaining it. Cool. That's a thing now.
And we'll have more series, more ideas and stuff stewing through the end of the year. It's mainly just with Confessions done for me. I'm putting a lot of visual energy back into Wasteland Survival Guide, which we are going to hopefully finish this year. And then everything else it'll be like early 2017. We'll take a lot of shots in the dark and see what sticks.
Yeah, basically.
Scroll Keeper real fast says, Skyball, where are you getting all the beans?
Well, that was from over the years. That was my old meme folder, just from stuff I put on Facebook or stuff we pulled out of the Discord or whatever. So it's just kind of screwing around over time. But if you enjoy random memes like that, that's where What the Fix are great, and also the occasional podcast we do big dumps like that. Alrighty, well, thank you everyone for joining us for the Confessions of a Wasteland Pony Crap Party. Thank you for everyone following the series. Share it around. Appreciate all of the fandom and patronage over the years. We hope you enjoyed the ending. It looks like most people did, so hopefully you got a satisfying end for all the characters. And we will see you next time on the next Break Room podcast or Banana Cast or hopefully a What the Fix in the coming weeks.
I believe in all of it.
Go ahead.
Goodbye, everyone. Talk to you later.
Thank you for joining us. Have a good one.